A German shepherd named Rook stepped into the testimony room, and with nothing more than a single glance, silenced the entire legal board. No barking, no commands, just a quiet, steady walk toward the man who had once been declared innocent. And suddenly, the whole room had to look again. This wasn't just about a case. It was about memory, about trust, and about a dog who had never left his handler, even when the entire world turned its back. But what was it that made Rook know exactly who was lying? It was 5 a.m. when the first metallic clang rang out through the death row corridor of Black Ridge. The sound was sharp, bone-dry, bouncing off the cold cement walls like it had a purpose, waking only those who still had something left to wake up for. Graves opened his eyes, but he wasn't really awake. Not fully. Not anymore. He just lay there, staring at the cracked ceiling above his iron bed, a thin gray blanket draped loosely across his stomach. The flickering fluorescent light overhead pulsed weakly, like a dying heartbeat. The nightmare had been the same. Again. Always the same, the screams cutting short, blood staining the hardwood, Rook's howl echoing from the garage like someone was strangling him. And then, silence. Graves blinked slowly. His eyes weren't wet. They hadn't been in years. They were hollow now, worn down. Like the crying had stopped long ago, but no one ever told him it was time to stop grieving. He used to be a rescue worker, a man trained to pull others from rubble and ruin. Until one night, he couldn't save anyone. Not even himself. No one visited anymore. No lawyers. No pleas for clemency. Each day at Black Ridge felt like the last had just been copy-pasted. Life here didn't progress. It just looped. The way nightmares did when you were too tired to wake up. Graves sat up, wincing slightly. He reached under the bed and pulled out an old, worn piece of paper folded in 4. The corners were soft, frayed. It was the only thing he had written in 5 years. I request to see Rook, just once. No explanation. No justification. No tears. Just that one line. All he wanted was to see that dog again. The sound of keys rattling broke the silence. Officer Merton, the oldest guard on the team, walked in with a tin cup of black coffee. He wasn't a man of many words, but he was the only one who still looked inmates in the eye, as if searching for something still alive inside them. He paused in front of Graves's cell. "Writing again?" he asked, his voice low and steady. Graves placed the letter on the small steel table mounted to the wall. "There's nothing else left to ask for." Merton stared at the letter for a moment. "I've seen guys beg for a phone call, a last meal. One even asked to be buried next to his mother." He raised an eyebrow. "But you keep asking to see your dog." Graves nodded, eyes fixed on something far away. "Rook was my partner. My family." Merton didn't scoff, didn't joke. He just folded the letter again and slid it into his chest pocket. "No promises. But I'll pass it on." Graves didn't say, "Thank you." He didn't need to. But for the first time in years, his lips pressed together like he was holding something back. Something fragile. Merton turned to go. But at the far end of the hallway, near the narrow window, he paused. Outside the prison gate, a shape lay motionless against the outer fence, drenched in rain, still, silent, just watching. Graves sat back down, hands locked together. He didn't know what day it was. Didn't care. But something inside him whispered, something wordless and stubborn, that Rook was still out there. And if that was true, maybe, just maybe, the world hadn't entirely forgotten him. By 6:10 a.m. the rain had settled in over Black Ridge. Not a storm. Not angry thunder. just cold, silent needles of rain that fell with the weight of time, turning the entire compound a lifeless shade of gray. At the east watchtower, the floodlights glowed pale. A young guard named Connor had just taken over the shift, cradling a steaming coffee as he stared at the monitor feed. "Hey, Dylan," he called over to his partner. "You see something lying near the gate?" Dylan scooted closer, squinting. Through the static of raindrops, a dark shape was curled tight at the base of the iron fence. They exchanged a look, then grabbed their raincoats and stepped out into the chill. Wind whipped across their faces. The sharp scent of rust and wet earth filled the air. Connor swept his flashlight slowly, slowing down as the beam caught the outline of an animal pressed between two concrete pillars. It was a dog, dark fur clinging tight to its body, drenched by the rain. Its front paws stretched forward, its head slightly raised. But it didn't move. Dylan tightened his grip on his flashlight. "German Shepherd?" Connor nodded slowly. "Looks like one of the trained ones." Dylan raised his phone and took a few pictures. "We need to report this." While Dylan sent the images up the chain, Connor crouched low, peering closer. No growl, no whimper, just a pair of eyes, locked on the gates, staring inward. Like the dog was searching, straining to see past walls and cameras and concrete for the one person he hadn't given up on. And on the other side of all that steel and stone. Graves sat quietly, eyes closed, waiting, just like Rook. Connor let out a breath, his voice unsteady from the cold. "A dog like that doesn't just wander in." A voice answered from behind them, low, calm, certain. "That's Rook." Both men turned. There stood Officer Merton, soaked to the bone, rain dripping from the brim of his coat, one hand clutching an old umbrella, the other hanging by his side, steady as ever. His eyes were fixed on the dog curled up at the gate, unmoving beneath the gray morning rain. Connor blinked, confused. "How can you tell?" Merton stepped closer, eyes narrowing as he studied the small scar beneath the dog's left eye. A crescent-shaped wound, clean but faded, the kind you only notice if you've been looking for it. "I've seen him in the files," Merton said, voice steady as stone. "Rook, Search and Rescue Unit, used to be part of Graves' K9 team." The words hung in the air like smoke. Rain kept slicing across the stone walls. Rook didn't stir, didn't blink, just lay there, soaked, silent, locked in place by something no one else could see. Dylan muttered under his breath. "How far did he come to get here?" Merton didn't answer. He didn't need to. He just stood there, staring at what used to be a soldier. Now just a shadow pressed against the gate of a place that never called for him. Connor crouched down slowly and stretched a hand toward the dog. No growl, no reaction. Rook gave him a brief glance, one look, calm and steady, then turned back to stare into the heart of the prison. His body didn't flinch, his focus didn't shift. It was like every fiber in him was tuned to the presence of one man, and one man only. Merton gave a small nod. "He knows Graves is still alive." Dylan took a step back. "So what now? Bring him in or chase him off?" Connor shook his head, frowning. "You're not chasing this one. He didn't come here by accident." Merton's voice dropped, slow and firm. "File the report, but no one touches him." Dylan lifted his phone, snapping another photo, this time a full face shot. Rook's eyes caught the flash, lit up for a second. But he didn't blink, didn't move. Time meant nothing to him. Only the mission. At 6:22 a.m., the landline rang in the Blackridge command office. A watch officer answered, scribbled something down, then paused. A German Shepherd, identified as a former K9 unit, has appeared outside the gates of death row. No known owner, no origin. Nobody knew where he came from. Nobody knew what to do. But that image of a German shepherd lying soaked outside a federal prison, eyes locked in unshaken focus, as if nothing in the world could pull him away, would mark the beginning of something none of them were ready for. And it began not with a howl, not with an alarm, not with chaos, but with a cold morning rain and a gaze that refused to break. Graves was returned to his cell after the standard medical check, wrists still cold from the cuffs, his cheek marked by the sharp pattern of the metal bench. The cell was narrow, damp, and unforgiving, but after 5 long years, it was home in the way that pain sometimes becomes familiar. No one greeted him, no one asked questions. He didn't expect them to. He sat down on the edge of the bed, looking up at the small window high on the wall, where the rain clung and rolled slowly, drop by drop, like the ticking of a forgotten clock. Then, footsteps in the hallway. A voice, familiar, came through the slot in the steel door. "There's a dog. Looks like Rook. He's lying outside the gate." Graves didn't move, didn't turn his head, didn't answer. He just sat there, hands resting lightly on his knees, breathing in the faint trace of rust and rain leaking in through the old bars. The voice continued, quieter now. "It's been raining all morning. He hasn't moved once. The guards flagged it because of his eyes. They haven't stopped looking in here." At that moment, Graves moved, just slightly, but enough to shatter the stillness. His right hand began to tremble, the kind of tremor that comes without warning, without permission, like a reflex from somewhere buried too deep to control. No one in the entire prison had ever seen Graves shake, not once in 5 years. But now, he couldn't stop. He stood slowly and walked to the metal table fixed to the wall. On it was a stack of routine medical forms, nothing new, nothing different. A transfer request, pre-execution paperwork, brought in earlier that week by a quiet officer. Same paper, same signature line, same ritual. Graves picked up the pen and began to write. Slowly, like every stroke carried weight. "No exam needed." The pen hovered at the end for a few seconds. Then he signed, his hand still trembling. He returned to the bed and sat down, saying nothing. He didn't ask about Rook, didn't request an update. But something had changed in his eyes, something that didn't belong to this cold, colorless world. A hallway camera caught the moment. Graves leaning back against the wall, eyes closed, head tilted gently upward, lips barely parted like he was mouthing a prayer to no one but himself. He came back. After all these years, he still remembers. That night, the lights at the East Watchtower stayed on. Rook hadn't moved an inch. Mud clung to his paws. His fur, once thick and clean, was soaked and matted from the endless rain. A young guard stood quietly behind the glass, clutching his M4, eyes fixed on the gate. Dinner came and went. Still, Rook didn't stir, didn't bark, didn't leave. An older officer narrowed his eyes and murmured, "I've seen dogs leave after a few days. But this one?" No one said anything after that, because Rook's gaze hadn't changed. It was locked inward, through walls, through fences, steady as it had been that morning. That look wasn't meant for them, not for strangers, not for food. That look, unwavering, quiet, focused, was for one man only, Graves. And as night fell, and the cold settled in deep enough to sting bone, a question began to echo in every mind that saw him. Why hasn't that dog left? It was a night touched by moonlight, the kind that makes everything feel slower, softer. Cool air drifted gently through the trees. A small wooden cabin sat tucked deep among pines, its windows glowing with warm amber light. Inside, Marissa Quinn, Graves' fiancée, had just set a cake on the table. Graves stood at the counter, wine glass in hand, only half filled. Rook was stretched out by the fireplace, tongue lolling slightly, tail thumping every time Graves turned to glance back at him. "The cabin by the lake," Marissa said with a smile, eyes settling on him. "I still want that one, even if it's far from town." Graves smiled back. "I know. And if you still want it, that's where we'll live. After the wedding." She laughed, light and full, then walked over, wrapped her arms around his waist, and rested her head against his shoulder. "And Rook," she whispered, "I think it's time we let him retire." Graves nodded. "He's earned it. He's saved enough people. It's time someone just loved him, like a normal dog." But Marissa looked at Rook and shook her head. "He's not normal, Graves. Rook's a part of you." He didn't answer, just gently stroked her back. A moment of peace. Simple. Still. Then, 3 knocks, loud, sharp. Then silence. Graves glanced at the clock. "This late?" "Probably a neighbor," Marissa said. "I'll get it." "Wait, lock Rook in the garage first. If it's someone new, he'll react." Graves gave a quiet command. Rook rose immediately, obedient as always. No leash, no hesitation. Just trust. He padded toward the garage. The door shut behind him. He didn't bark, didn't whine. But as it clicked shut, Rook's eyes lingered on the living room. Like he knew. Graves returned to the living room. But Marissa wasn't there. "Mar?" he called out. No answer. He moved quickly toward the front door. Still closed, but the lock had been undone. The hallway light flickered. Then, a crash. Glass breaking. From the back of the house. Graves bolted. "Marissa!" A scream, her voice, sharp, terrified. Then silence. The kitchen was dark. Lights off. Back door cracked open. Graves rushed in, once but tripped. Something heavy, unseen. He hit the floor hard. A flashlight toppled off the shelf and spun across the tiles, its beam rolling until it caught. Blood. Spilling wide beneath the table. He looked down at his hand. Soaked. A shadow darted past the open door. Graves forced himself up and gave chase, but a sudden pain slammed into his skull, blinding. His knees buckled. Vision went white, then black. He woke up in the prison infirmary 2 days later, every part of him aching. The first thing he saw was a man in uniform, standing at his bedside. "You're Graves?" the officer asked. Graves nodded. Once, because deep inside, something already told him, whatever life he had before, was gone. "You're being held for the murder of your fiancée, Marissa Quinn." That was all he remembered clearly. That. And Rook's eyes. Just for a split second, through the narrow crack of the garage door. Rook had tried to bark, had tried to howl, but no one heard. The garage had been locked. Rook clawed until his paws bled, nails cracked, throat raw from barking himself hoarse. But no one came. No one opened the door. And by the time they did, the blood in the kitchen had already dried. Graves opened his eyes. The sting of antiseptic hit his nose. His throat burned with thirst. His left arm felt heavy, handcuffed to the iron frame of the hospital bed. A uniformed officer stood at his bedside, a stack of papers in hand. Another man leaned in the doorway, silent, unreadable. "Graves Nolan," the man finally said, skipping any pleasantries. "You're in custody for murder. The victim is Marissa Quinn." Graves winced. His skull throbbed like it had been cracked open. "Marissa? What?" Witnesses reported screams, the sound of things breaking. When the police arrived, you were found unconscious in the living room. She was already dead. Graves shut his eyes again. The night was a smear in his mind. Dinner, a glass of wine, a strange scent he couldn't name. Rook had been locked up because someone was at the door. And then, nothing clear after that. I don't remember," he whispered. "We'll take a full statement when you're stable," the officer replied. "But you should know this. You're our only suspect." 3 days later, he was escorted out of the hospital. Cameras flashed. Reporters shouted. A voice broke through the chaos. "Did you kill her, Graves? Was it on purpose?" He said nothing, didn't flinch, didn't explain. In court, they laid the evidence bare. Graves' fingerprints on a shattered picture frame, the murder weapon. His shirt stained with Marissa's blood. Bruises on her wrist that matched the size and pressure of his grip. No one else had been in the house that night. His court-appointed lawyer asked, "Did you kill Ms. Marissa Quinn?" Graves sat upright, his voice hoarse. "I don't know. What do you remember from that night?" "Dinner. Rook in the garage because the guest was afraid of dogs. I drank wine. My head felt strange. I saw Marissa fall, and then everything went dark." "Have you ever hit her before?" "Never." "Do you believe you did it?" I don't know. But if I did, I don't deserve to live." The courtroom fell silent. At the back, Marissa's younger sister Tessa clutched her hands, eyes rimmed red. She never once looked at Graves. The judge's voice rang out, cold and final. "The defendant, Graves Nolan, is sentenced to life imprisonment, sentence converted to conditional death penalty based on severity and evidence. This trial is adjourned." No one hugged Graves. No one touched his shoulder. No one came forward. A week later, Graves arrived at Blackridge. He didn't appeal, didn't plead innocence. He wrote one request, a single sheet of paper, shaky handwriting but every word clear. "I don't ask for mercy. I only ask to see Rook. Once." The request passed through 3, maybe 4 hands. No one responded. They just let it sit there, because to them, what more could a killer want? But outside, beyond the iron fences, a dog still waited. Still lay there, eyes locked inward. And he had never left. Rook had been there since the very first morning the guards found him, soaked, covered in dirt, eyes fixed on the gate. One officer once told Graves, half joking, "There's this dog that just won't leave. Looks a lot like your Rook." Graves didn't reply. He just gave a slow nod and turned his face away. That night, he sat against the cold gray wall, hands clenched, not from pain, but from the image that wouldn't stop haunting him. Rook clawing the garage door. Rook barking until he collapsed. Rook screaming when the police finally broke in. And Graves wondered, out of all the shattered memories, all the gaps and blurs, why that one moment remained so crystal clear. He didn't fight his case, didn't ask for a new lawyer, didn't call a single soul. For a year and a half in pretrial detention, Graves lived like a man already buried, just skin, bones, and 2 hollow eyes. They asked him, "Want to apply for clemency?" Graves shook his head. "Anything you want to say about the sentence?" Graves said nothing. Not because he didn't care, not because he gave up, but because the only truth that still lived inside him was waiting outside a prison gate and had never walked away. Graves truly believed. Maybe he did it. His memories were nothing more than fogged glass, distorted, broken, flickering in and out. Marissa's laughter. Then her eyes wide in fear. Then a scream. Then blood. He couldn't tell what was real and what was imagined. And if he couldn't even trust his own mind, what was the point in arguing? But there was one thing he had never questioned. Rook. Rook was real. Rook had howled in that garage. Rook had thrown himself at the door when the police broke in. Rook had barked when they put the cuffs on Graves. And now, Rook still lay outside that prison gate, refusing to leave. Graves couldn't understand. If he really was the killer, if Graves truly had murdered Marissa, then why was Rook still there? Why hadn't Rook left? Why did Rook continue to wait, through rain and wind and mud and all the stares from people who didn't care? Graves rolled onto his side on the narrow cot, hands tucked under the thin pillow, eyes shut. But still, just beyond the silence, he could hear it. Rook's howl from that night, echoing in his mind like it had never stopped, like it refused to let him go. And that night, for the first time in months, Graves whispered into the dark, "Why didn't you leave, Rook?" No answer came. Only the soft hiss of rain tapping against the bars, and somewhere beyond, a pair of eyes that hadn't blinked in nearly a year, eyes that still watched from the gate, waiting for someone the world had already declared dead. Across the yard, under the steel awning of Black Ridge Prison, Tessa Quinn stood with her shoulders tight, hands gripping the edges of a worn gray raincoat. The rain was light, but cold, the kind of cold that sank into bone. It matched the hollow in her chest. She stared at the corrections officer guarding the outer gate, her voice cutting clean through the air. "I'm here to file an official objection. No contact is to be permitted between Rook and Graves." The guard furrowed his brow as he took the damp piece of paper. He glanced over it, then hesitated. "Are you sure, ma'am? The warden's inside if you'd like to speak to him first." Tessa nodded, but her eyes betrayed her, drifting toward the left edge of the yard, where a fence wrapped around a patch of muddy ground. There, curled low into the earth, was a shadow. Rook. Coated in mud, soaked through, motionless like a statue, head resting on his front paws, eyes open, unblinking, focused straight ahead, into the prison. "How long's he been lying there?" Tessa asked, voice stiff but starting to fray. The guard didn't look at her. He just replied, like he'd said it 100 times before. 297 days. Tessa didn't respond. She just looked. No one had chained Rook there. There was no leash, no barrier. But Rook had never moved. Not once. The office door opened behind her. Warden Matthews stepped out himself. He looked older than Tessa remembered. More gray, more gravel in his voice after years of cigarettes and hard calls. "Ms. Quinn," he said gently, "come in. I've reviewed your objection. But before we move forward, there's something I think you should see." He opened a drawer and laid out a stack of photographs across the desk, one by one. Each photo was from a different day. Blistering sun, heavy snow, sheets of rain. And in every single one, Rook was there. Same position. Same stare. Tessa's fingers trembled when she reached the last photo. Lightning streaked the sky. Rain poured in curtains. The wind bent trees sideways. And still, Rook hadn't left. "We tried taking him to the kennel," the warden said softly. "Tried putting him in the rescue shelter. He tore up the doors, howled all night, refused to eat. The only time he's calm is when we put him back here." Tessa clenched her fists. She didn't want to feel anything, didn't want to believe. She'd lived with Rook for years, she knew. Rook belonged to one person, and one person only. Graves. That name punched into her chest like a knife. Every wound, every memory, every blood-stained night. They came flooding back. "I didn't come here to feel sorry for a dog," Tessa said quietly. "I came to make sure my sister doesn't get betrayed again." But Warden Matthews didn't argue. He didn't posture like a man in charge. He just looked at her, not as a prison official, but as someone who, even now, was trying to understand something that words couldn't explain. "You can believe what you want," he said, "but some things only Rook knows, and he's still waiting for 297 days. And maybe, Tessa thought, it wasn't the warden's voice that stayed with her as she turned to leave. Maybe it was the eyes, the ones in every photo, that had carved themselves into her memory like a question with no answer. When the sliding door behind the checkpoint opened, the wind felt sharper. The rain had eased, but the ground was wet and soft, footprints sinking deep into the earth. 20 meters away, by the rusted fence, Rook still lay motionless. In the same place, facing the same gate. Waiting. Tessa stepped closer, each stride slow and unsteady, her eyes locked onto the figure she knew so well. It had been nearly 300 days, yet Rook hadn't changed much. His fur was soaked, matted with mud. A fresh scar marked his left leg. But the way he lay there, that posture, it was exactly like the one he always used when waiting for her sister to come home from work. When she stopped less than 2 meters away, Rook didn't bark, didn't growl, didn't even flinch. He just lifted his head and looked at her. That look stopped Tessa in her tracks. It wasn't angry, it wasn't cold, and it wasn't joyful. It was just a question, a quiet, piercing question. "Where's your sister?" Tessa swallowed hard. Her chest tightened, painfully so. Her fingers curled around the strap of her bag as her eyes stung without warning. Rook kept looking, unblinking, unwavering, and then, without meaning to, her mind reached backward to a memory half buried beneath years of silence. A hike near Emerald Lake. It had been all three of them, Marissa, Tessa, and Rook. Rain came down suddenly. She had slipped, scraped her knee. And Rook had turned back for her, licking the blood gently, then sitting beside her the entire time, refusing to leave until her sister made it to the car. Marissa had laughed that day, the kind of laugh that doesn't exist anymore, and said, "Rook always knows who's good." Tessa shivered. That sentence, it should have been long forgotten. But now, under that gaze, it returned as if it had never left. She turned, took a step. She couldn't get soft. Not now. Just one more step, and she'd be out of this place. She'd leave everything behind. But her foot wouldn't lift. She stood there, unmoving, her back to Rook, her jaw clenched. Rook didn't bark, didn't move closer. He just kept watching, with that same quiet, patient look, like he was waiting for a door to open. Behind her, Warden Matthews said nothing. Tessa closed her eyes, took a long breath. And in the stillness, a voice, barely a whisper, echoed through her thoughts. She didn't know if it came from memory or something deeper. "Rook always knows who's good." She turned back, walked to him. Slowly, then knelt down. Said nothing. Rook tilted his head forward, just enough to brush his nose against the back of her hand. Then lay down again, just like before. Tessa left her hand there for a long time, until the rain started again. Light at first, then colder. No one said a word, no accusations, no barking, only the faint warmth of a creature who had seen something no one else ever had. Something it could never explain, only wait to be understood. Raindrops clung to Tessa's jacket, soaking through. A gust of wind swept across the prison walkway, rattling old leaves against the bars like whispers that couldn't find their voice. Rook didn't move. He lowered his head, rested his chin on his paws, the same way he used to whenever Marissa sat crying on the couch, wiping her eyes after fighting with their mother. Whenever he lay like that, Marissa would stop crying. She'd sink to the floor, lean her back against his body, and wrap her arms around his neck. All the comfort the world failed to give her, Rook always managed to offer. Tessa sat down, almost without realizing it. Partly because she was tired, mostly because she didn't know why she couldn't walk away like she'd planned. Her shoes were caked in mud, her knees damp and cold. But it didn't bother her. She looked down and found those same eyes still fixed on the prison wall, as if Rook could see right through it, straight to the man he'd never stopped waiting for. "Why are you here?" Tessa whispered. Not with blame, but with a kind of ache that wasn't seeking an answer. Rook stayed quiet. The kind of silence that doesn't leave you empty. It leaves you full of things you don't know how to hold. Tessa leaned forward, bracing to stand. And then Rook did something else. Not a bark, not a leap. He simply tilted his head and slowly, softly, closed his eyes. Exactly like he used to when Marissa would whisper, "It's okay, you can sleep now, I'm here." Tessa's eyes burned. It wasn't forgiveness, it wasn't belief, but it was something fragile, rising in her chest like a child watching an old home from the back seat of a car. Familiar, but no longer hers. The intercom crackled from the guard room. "Storm coming in. All personnel, return inside." Tessa stood, slowly. But this time, she didn't turn away. She leaned down, gently touched Rook's ear. "I don't know what you're thinking, Rook," she whispered. "But if there's really something you're trying to say, I'll try to understand." She walked off, her footsteps lost beneath the sound of rain growing heavier. And inside her, something cracked open, like frost melting off glass that hadn't been touched in too long. For the first time in nearly 300 days, someone looked at Rook and didn't see the dog of a killer. They just saw a soul who waited, not to forgive, but to finally speak the truth no one had been willing to hear. The wind swept through the bare trees, kicking dust across the cold pavement. Tessa stood before the rusted gate, staring past the fence at the house where her sister once lived. The roof had dulled to a lifeless gray. The front yard was blanketed in dry leaves, and a tilted "For Sale" sign sat crookedly in a patch of overgrown weeds battered by time and rain. The neighborhood felt different now. The old familiar houses had changed hands. Windows were shut tight. Porch lights no longer blinked on at dusk. There was something in the air, something heavy, as if this very place still clung to the echoes of something unsaid. Tessa unlocked the front door with the old key her mother had kept. The hinges creaked, not loudly, just enough to sound like someone exhaling a long, tired sigh. The house was frigid. The air clung with mildew, aged wood, and fine layers of dust across the floor. She didn't turn on the lights. She just walked slowly, each step measured past the living room, where Marissa once kept her small piano. Past the kitchen, where her sister used to laugh and say, "If you ever marry someone, don't let them cook in my kitchen." She stopped at the study. The wooden desk was still neat, almost untouched. In the bottom drawer, Marissa's laptop sat waiting, covered in a film of time. Tessa plugged it in. Waited. When the screen blinked awake, the background image filled her chest with pressure. It was the engagement photo. Marissa hugging Rook, Graves standing behind them with an arm around both. Rook's eyes sparkled in that picture. Now that same dog lay in the dirt outside the prison fence, unmoving. She sifted through the inbox. Mostly work emails. But a starred thread stood out from a tech address, service@lockytechsecurity.com. Final maintenance completed on October 3rd. Due to synchronization error, footage from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. may be fragmented. Recommend downloading backup file for full retention. Below was a download link, now expired. Tessa stared at the screen. October 3rd, 3 days before Marissa died. She copied the company's address and left the house. On her way back, she drove straight to a suburban tech park, where Lockytech's office was located. The waiting room was quiet. Behind the reception desk sat a sleepy young technician named Jonah. Blonde, hoodie on, eyes dark from too many late nights. "You're Marissa Quinn's relative?" he asked after checking the database. "Sister," Tessa replied softly. "I just want to know, do you still have any of the camera backups from that night?" Jonah paused, then nodded slowly. "I remember this case. We handled her home system, but there's something strange." Tessa held her breath. "What do you mean?" He reached into the drawer and pulled out a USB. The original recording should have had 4 feeds: front porch, back door, garage, and side path. But the version sent to law enforcement only included the front and side. She took the USB. "And this?" "A temp backup. We keep those for about a week. Thing is, someone logged in with an internal admin code and downloaded the files. Left no trace, but our secondary server was still mirroring the stream, so this is untouched." Tessa's voice shook. "Are you sure no one tampered with this?" "Positive," Jonah nodded. "This is the only version with all 4 views, and I think something was hidden in there." She gripped the USB tightly. Outside, the rain had started to fall. Slow and steady. Somewhere in this footage, maybe, a truth had waited quietly all this time. Not to clear a name, but to finally be heard. Later that afternoon, Tessa stood in front of the crumbling porch of 19 Roosevelt Street. The laurel tree in front had shed most of its leaves. A fat cat blinked lazily from the steps. Inside lived a woman near 80 whom Marissa used to talk about all the time, Mavis Doran. When Tessa knocked, the door opened almost immediately. "You're—" Mavis narrowed her eyes. Her voice was old, raspy, but still sharp. "Tessa, Marissa Quinn's sister." Something softened in the old woman's expression. "Goodness, it's been so many years. Come in, child." The house smelled of ginger and old baking. Mavis pulled out a chair and poured her a warm cup of tea. "They said a lot of things in the papers," she muttered, her voice edged with frustration. "But no one asked me a damn thing. I told them, that night something wasn't right." Tessa leaned forward. "What do you remember?" "I was making tea," Mavis said, pausing to frown. "Heard a car engine. At first I figured someone just got home late, but it wasn't a car I recognized. The engine was rough, old, growled like a beast." "A truck? SUV?" "Could have been an old SUV. Not one of the neighbors' cars, that's for sure. It stopped near Marissa's. I peeked, but the plate was too far to see. Just a figure, shadowed." Tessa wrote everything down. "And then Rook started barking." Mavis gripped her mug tighter. "Loud. Not like when he saw cats or visitors. This was deep. Like he saw danger." "You're sure?" "I lived next to that dog. He was sweet as pie with people he knew, but this? He went wild, barked for nearly 10 minutes straight, like he was trying to warn someone. Tessa pulled up an image of the case report. But the official record says no abnormal noise was reported between 10:30 and midnight. Mavis gave a sharp laugh. Figures. No one asked me. I called the station myself, around 11:10. Told the dispatcher something felt off. She said she'd forward the info, never heard back. You remember the time? Sure do. I even scribbled it on a notepad near the landline. I thought about going over but didn't want to intrude. Next morning? She trailed off, just sighed. After that night, did Rook ever bark like that again? She shook her head. Never. I'd see him sometimes, outside the prison gates, just lying there, quiet, watching, like he'd already said everything he had to say that night. Tessa was silent. But no one listened, Mavis finished. Before leaving, Mavis gently took her hand. People forget things, but dogs don't, especially when they think it was their fault. Tessa didn't answer. She just held the old woman's hand back. Behind layers of dust and silence, a story still waited, untouched. And if no one listened now, they might never get another chance. The next morning, the sky hung low and gray, like time itself was reminding Tessa that nothing waits forever. She arrived at the district investigation office with the original case file in hand, a provisional authorization letter from her lawyer, and one clear request. Where is the original unedited security footage from the victim's home? She handed the documents to the front desk clerk and waited over 30 minutes in a quiet hallway. Finally, a man in a blue dress shirt appeared, carrying a thin folder. "I'm sorry, Ms. Quinn," he said. "The original footage is no longer in our system." Tessa looked up. "What do you mean? You lost the only video evidence?" The court file only has the extracted version. That matches the current digital archive format. The raw file is missing from internal storage. We checked. Tessa frowned. "That's impossible. I have email confirmation from the installation company. The cameras had dual stream recording, live upload and local backup. There should be at least one copy left." The officer hesitated. "It might have been sent to forensic tech for analysis at some point, and after that..." His voice trailed off into silence. Just as Tessa opened her mouth to press further, a voice behind her spoke, low but clear. "If you think the footage was altered, you should check who handled the last version." Tessa turned. A young officer stood by the water cooler, no older than 20, his posture casual but his eyes sharp. She locked eyes with him. "You know something?" "Not much," he replied. "But when I interned here, I remember the name of the technician who worked on the surveillance footage. Mallory. Derek Mallory." Tessa froze. Her heart punched hard against her chest. "You're sure?" she asked. He nodded. "It's in the storage log. You can look it up." That night, Tessa returned to Marissa's apartment. She powered up the old external hard drive, the one Marissa had used to keep personal backups. The casing was so old she had to tap it gently to get it to connect. But after a moment, the disk whirred to life. In a folder labeled Safe Backup, one file stood out, camfront_2212_raw.move. She opened it. The screen flickered, then displayed the front yard camera. The timestamp read 10:41 p.m., the night of the murder. Everything seemed normal, until she slowed the playback near the sound of an approaching engine. She paused. Zoomed in. A shadow moved quickly past the fence. But what made her breath hitch wasn't the figure. It was a watermark in the lower right corner of the screen. Edited with Lumetrex, ProRender 6.2. Tessa's fingers tightened around the mouse. Lumitrex wasn't a basic playback tool. It was an industry-grade editing software, meant for compositing, masking, and selectively altering footage. That meant this so-called raw video had been tampered with. And the person who last processed this footage was Derek Mallory. She sat there, motionless, listening to the faint hum of the fan. Rook lay beneath her chair, silent, unmoving. But when she looked down, Rook's eyes were open, watching her. Like he knew, like he'd been waiting for this moment, when someone would finally see the full story. This time, no one could ignore it. Tessa grabbed her coat, switched on her flashlight, opened the back door. Rook rose the moment the rusty hinges creaked. No command, no leash. Rook followed her, steady and quiet, as if he too remembered every stone beneath their feet. The night air was sharp and damp. No rain yet, but the dew was already forming on the grass. The backyard, once lit with string lights and laughter, was now silent, cloaked in webs and shadows. The wooden swing leaned crooked in the corner, paint peeling. All that joy, all that warmth, now just scratches on the walls of memory. At the end of the stone path stood the garage. Chipped paint, a rusted lock. Tessa hesitated, then pulled out a small key, the one she found in Marissa's desk. The lock popped with a dry click. She rolled the door up. Metal scraped against the track like a sound torn from the past. Rook halted, eyes locked on the opening. No barking, no growling, just a stance. Front legs low, nose tilted toward the cracked concrete. Tessa stepped behind him, her heart pounding in her ears. "Go on, Rook," she whispered, almost like she was asking permission. Rook moved forward, slowly, each step gentle, almost reverent, as if crossing sacred ground. His nose traced the cracks along the floor, then stopped, pressed against a dark stain. Rook's breathing quickened. Tessa knelt beside him, shined her flashlight. That crack wasn't normal. Scratches ringed the broken tile, marks that looked like claws. Next to it, a faded, rusty blotch. Not fresh, but not gone either. Blood. She touched it. Cold, dry. Old, but still there. Rook didn't bark, but his body tensed, eyes sharp, alert, not afraid, but guarding, like something in this place still hadn't finished its business. Tessa's breath caught. She remembered Mavis's words. Rook barked until his voice broke. But no one listened. Since that night, Rook hadn't barked once. She sat down, gently resting a hand on his head. "What happened here, Rook?" she murmured. "Is this where she died?" Rook didn't flinch, but his gaze never left a dark corner of the garage, as if staring into something Tessa couldn't see. Then suddenly, Rook turned his head, looked at her, deep, unwavering eyes, silent, but filled with something fierce, not fear, not grief, a message. Tessa held her breath. Something in her cracked, a tremor, a shift, as if a door she never knew existed had just been nudged open. And Rook was saying, "Now, look again." Rook wasn't remembering. Rook was guiding. Tessa leaned in closer. Right where the crack split the floor, there was a thin seam, nearly hidden beneath flaking paint. She set the flashlight down, slipped her fingers in, and pulled something out. A card, or at least what was left of one, scratched, worn, bent at the corner. It wasn't whole, but it was real, a piece of something that had been buried deep, under layers of time, silence, and cement. She turned to Rook. Rook didn't growl, didn't push, didn't beg. Just waited. And for the first time in years, Tessa didn't feel like she was investigating a case. She felt like she was listening to a story told by someone who had never been allowed to speak. She dropped to her knees beside Rook, hands braced against the cold garage floor. The beam from her flashlight wavered with each sharp breath. Night wind slipped through the doorframe, carrying the scent of dust, dried oil, and blood once washed under fluorescent light. Rook froze. His ears pricked up. Front paw halted, then struck the floor. Once, twice, then again, rhythmic, focused, digging, but not in fear, with purpose, with intent, as if beneath that spot, something needed to come out. The sound of claw on cement rang out, sharp and dry. Dust lifted in swirls. A single tile loosened, then popped free. Beneath it, an uneven patch of concrete, a fill job, sloppy, out of place. Tessa grabbed her car key, pried at the rough patch. It cracked quicker than she expected. A piece flaked off, then another, and then something metallic glinted under the grime. She reached in. A knife, rust-eaten. The tip snapped clean. Dark brown stains clung to the blade's spine, not fresh but unmistakable. Not logged in evidence, not mentioned in the reports. Something had been buried here, and only Rook had known. Before she could say a word, Rook lifted his head. His eyes caught the beam of the flashlight. And then, it happened. Woof! Clear, loud, certain. Woof! Just two barks, not frenzied, not wild, but like thunder cracking through her ribs. Tessa flinched, nearly dropping the light. Her mouth opened slightly, stunned into silence. Her pulse thudded in her ears like drums in a dark theater. It wasn't just a bark. It felt like a voice, as if her sister had found a way to speak, through the lungs of the one soul who had never stopped keeping watch. "Rook," she whispered. Rook didn't bark again. He stood, lowered his head, and pointed his gaze at the dug-up space. Back straight. Muscles tense, not out of fear, out of duty. Tessa stepped forward, placed her hand on his back, and it didn't feel like a dog anymore. It felt like a soldier, holding a promise. "Thank you," she breathed. Rook looked up. His eyes glinted, not with pride, not with relief, but with something softer. A gentle gleam, like knowing something sacred had just been passed on. Just that one bark. It had changed everything. Tessa sat back, exhaling as if from the center of her chest. Her hand stayed pressed against Rook's side, rising and falling with his slow, even breaths. The air in the garage still stank of mold and oil, but it felt clearer somehow, brighter, as if something buried for too long had finally surfaced and wasn't alone anymore. She reached into her coat pocket, pulled out the UV flashlight, small, battered, but always with her since her days in forensics. Habit, instinct. She flicked it on and swept the beam across the garage floor, angling it toward the wall near the water heater. Dust and cobwebs glowed in dull violet hues. Nothing unusual, until the light caught a sliver of something. A faint line, hair thin, near the piping. It shimmered faintly, the purple glow of dried blood. Tessa sucked in a breath. She moved in closer. It wasn't much, just a single dot, barely bigger than a freckle. But it was blood. Hidden beneath the heater, missed by everyone. Everyone except the one who had come back after 5 years, howling like his chest might break open from grief. She pulled out a sterile swab, gently collected the sample. Her hand stayed steady, but her pulse thrummed like a war drum. She sealed the sample inside a bag, tucked it into the inner pocket of her coat. This one wouldn't go through the system. No more files vanishing. No more hands altering truth. This time the answers would stay clean. When she stood up, she saw Rook had moved again, now curled beside the stain, his front paws extended, head down low, eyes half closed, like he was listening for the echo of something that once lived here, something that had bled, then disappeared. Tessa didn't speak. She just walked to him, sat down. The silence didn't need to be filled. Not now. There were no cars, no wind, just a quiet breath between two beings, one woman and one German shepherd, both holding on to a truth that nobody had ever believed. Rook opened his eyes. That sharp, alert gaze was gone. What remained was gentle, patient, a quiet plea in the shape of a look. Believe. Do what's right. And for the first time since Marissa's death, Tessa wasn't carrying the weight alone. Tessa's throat tightened. In that moment, a voice returned to her. Marissa's voice, soft and familiar, echoing across time like a memory that had waited too long in silence. Rook always knows who the good ones are. Back then, it made Tessa laugh, but now it landed like a quiet farewell. Tessa nodded. Just once. Softly. But it was enough. Rook closed his eyes and exhaled, long and slow, like he had been holding that breath for years. Tessa placed her hand gently on Rook's head, fingers curling into the fur. "We're not stopping," she whispered. "Not this time. No one's going to look away again." Outside, the world was still dark, thick with the weight of rain clouds. But somewhere in that darkness, a path had started to open. And Rook, the forgotten dog, was leading the way. Inside the car, Tessa clutched the laughably thin file folder on the passenger seat. Inside it was just one name. Derek Mallory, the man Marissa once loved, and the one Tessa had never trusted. Official records painted a blank picture, an old address, a disconnected number, a clean legal history. But when she typed the word assault into the search bar, the system blinked, then returned a cold line of text. No results found. She slowed her breathing and added one more clue. 2014. The year Marissa once mentioned, when a screaming match turned physical. Still nothing. Frustrated, Tessa pulled out her phone and called an old friend, Jeff, a middle-aged officer who used to work in records at the county department. "What are you looking for?" Jeff's voice came through low, careful. Tessa didn't hesitate. "Report on Derek Mallory, August 4th, 2014. Marissa Callow filed the complaint." There was a pause on the line. Then Jeff exhaled. "I remember that case," he said. "Marissa brought the dog into the ER afterward, didn't she?" "She did. But the file's gone, marked for deletion due to insufficient evidence." "What kind of insufficient?" Tessa asked, voice hardening. "They couldn't extract the video data from the garage camera, claimed the file was corrupted. That video was the only evidence she submitted." Tessa narrowed her eyes. "Who signed off on the deletion?" Another pause, a longer one. "Mallory," Jeff said finally. "Derek Mallory. He was the lead engineer on the department's video storage systems back then." A chill ran down Tessa's spine. "Mallory," she repeated. "That Mallory?" "The same," Jeff confirmed. That wasn't an investigation anymore. It was a locked drawer of the past, forced open inch by inch, revealing everything someone had tried so hard to bury. That night, Tessa drove home under a sky spitting gentle rain. The scent of wet earth drifted in through the cracked window. She flipped on the lights and walked toward the old closet she hadn't touched since bringing Rook home. The box sat in the corner, half collapsed, sealed with worn brown tape. Scrawled on the top, in Marissa's handwriting, "Old stuff. No need to keep." Tessa opened it. Inside were faded Polaroids, a torn teddy bear with one ear missing, and a handful of men's clothes. Among them, a dark denim shirt, faded collar, the scent faint but still there. She carried it into the living room. Rook lay curled beside the window, eyes half closed. When Tessa entered, he perked up. Ears up. Alert. But when she stepped closer, holding the shirt, Rook went still. A beat passed. Then Rook's brow furrowed, and he pulled away. His nose sniffed, one long, slow inhale. Then came the growl, not loud, but low, raw, trembling through the air like a warning buried under grief. Tessa froze. Rook backed up a step, his spine arched, ears flattened. Then, a noise tore from his throat. Not a bark, a rasp. A broken, wounded snarl that cracked into the room like something primal. Tessa dropped the shirt. "Hey, it's okay," she whispered. "It's all right, Rook." But Rook wouldn't look at the shirt again, wouldn't go near it, like he'd touched something that didn't just smell like the past. It was the past. Tessa sat beside him, her palm resting gently on his trembling back. His breathing came hard, fast. German shepherds remember scents for years. This wasn't instinct, it wasn't confusion, it was memory. And this reaction, this growl, this pullback, it wasn't a fluke. It was a living, breathing testimony, a piece of evidence that no one had ever asked for. Rook's eyes didn't return to the shirt. They stared ahead, wide, wet, and watchful. And in them, one message lived quietly, urgently, like a scream behind glass. He came back. That man came back. Tessa didn't speak. She just sat beside Rook, her mind unraveling, memory by memory, word by word, every offhand comment, every story Marissa told, every journal entry she never dared send, and all of it pointed to the same name: Derek Mallory. That night, Tessa typed without rest, her fingers dancing over the keyboard with the kind of urgency that only comes when the weight of a decade-old silence begins to crack. For nearly 3 hours, she sifted through archived legal files, buried news articles, and forgotten links, until she finally landed on a name that rang both familiar and painfully specific. Derek Kyler, a biometric analyst who used to work for a private forensics firm in Portland, and someone Tessa once worked closely with during internal investigations, in a chapter of her life that now felt like another lifetime. Without hesitation, she called him, despite the late hour. "Do you still have access to the 2014 system logs?" she asked directly, voice low but steady. There was a brief pause on the other end. "Depends on what you're trying to find. Which case?" "Marissa Klein, accused party, Derek Mallory." This time the silence was heavier, longer. "Give me a minute," he finally said. And then all she could hear was the rhythmic tapping of keys, rapid and purposeful, echoing faintly through the speaker. 20 minutes passed before Derek's voice returned. "Tessa, I found an old log entry. There was a third DNA sample collected at the scene. Doesn't belong to the victim, doesn't belong to Rook either." Her heart skipped. "And?" "It was dismissed," he said, frustration creeping into his tone. "Labeled unprocessable due to administrative error. No matching reference sample on file." She leaned forward. "Do you have the sample code?" "Hang on. Yeah, got it. DNA 204XR85B. Tessa opened a new browser tab, navigating into the National DNA Registry she still had limited access to, backdoor credentials from her prior work as a consultant. It was risky, outdated, possibly traceable, but she didn't care. She entered the code. The system processed for 12 seconds. Then a result appeared. One match found. Sample DNA corresponds to registered profile of Derek S. Mallory. Current legal name, Dean Silvers. Residence, Spokane, Washington. Tessa pushed back from the desk. Her pulse wasn't racing from fear. It was fury. The truth had been right there all along, hidden in plain sight, tucked behind one unasked question. And the man responsible had built an entirely new life for himself, under a fresh identity in another city, as if the past he carved into someone else's flesh could simply be outrun. Rook approached quietly, resting his head gently against her leg. He didn't need to say anything. He never could. But Tessa didn't need proof anymore. The story wasn't buried in evidence files. It was alive, right here, beating and breathing next to her, and this time no one would be allowed to erase it. By dawn, Tessa was striding through the gates of the federal prison. Mist clung to the glass of the transport van like the memory of smoke, and the cold metal clip that held her documents was stained with smudges of red ink from overnight notes and the bitter scent of leftover coffee. Inside, the air was thick, laced with the stench of bleach, rust, and damp stone. She was directed to the admissions office, where Nolan, the young attorney now handling Graves' case, was already waiting, his shirt still wrinkled, tie loosened, and hair slightly disheveled, but his eyes sharp with clarity and urgency. "We don't have much time," he said under his breath. "The execution order's been signed. Graves has 72 hours. Tessa didn't speak. She slid the file across the desk toward the prison officer. "Petition to stay the execution, including newly extracted evidence and independent forensics report." The officer flipped quickly through the pages, nodded, and made a call. Minutes later, Warden Carson entered. A tall man in his 50s with broad shoulders and a face that gave nothing away, like a locked drawer holding a verdict no one had dared open. He didn't sit. He remained standing, eyes fixed on them both. "I've reviewed your request," he said flatly, pulling a single sheet of paper from his pocket. "But unless this presents a demonstrable procedural failure from the previous trial, I have no authority to intervene. But the new analysis confirms a third DNA profile, one that does not belong to Graves." Nolan pushed forward, refusing to yield. "We've identified the matching individual." "Yes, identified," Carson cut in. His voice wasn't raised, but it filled the room like a gavel. "But without a subpoena, without a confrontation in court, this evidence has not been authenticated. The courts have not recognized it." He paused, then delivered the final blow. "And unless I receive a directive from the state prosecutor or the Supreme Court, the scheduled execution will proceed." Tessa clenched the edge of the table. "Have you ever had someone in your life be convicted of something they didn't do?" she asked, her voice even but sharp. Carson met her gaze. Something flickered in his eyes. Then he turned away. "You think I don't want to believe more?" he said quietly. "But if I listened to every claim of innocence, no one would ever be held accountable. I don't get to believe in feelings. I'm bound by process." Tessa took the file back without another word. Outside, Rook was waiting. He stood beside her silently, ears alert, tail low. Not restless, not aggressive, just present. When Nolan caught up to her, he leaned in and whispered, "Don't lose hope. There's still a way, but it won't be easy. We'll need to force someone's hand." Tessa didn't blink. She didn't need to ask who. "Derek Mallory," she said. She didn't look back. But both Rook and Nolan knew. She wasn't going to let the truth be buried with someone else. Not this time, not ever again. 20 minutes later, the southern security gate creaked open. A corrections officer led Tessa and Rook down a corridor lined with cold gray stone. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead cast unsteady reflections on the chipped tile floor, as if even the hallway itself were holding its breath. Rook wore no leash. Tessa had taken it off at the first checkpoint. No one asked her to. She just knew. This time, Rook needed to walk in on his own terms, with his own steady paws. He moved slowly, ears slightly lowered, nose held forward but not sniffing, not turning his head. Only the faint click of claws tapping the floor echoed behind him, a soft rhythm that sounded less like footsteps and more like memories unfolding with each step. Through the double-pane glass, the special visitation room came into view. Graves was already seated inside. He wore the standard-issue gray prison uniform, its collar frayed from wear, hands resting in his lap. His hair had turned almost completely white, and whatever defense he once carried in his face had drained away. What remained was the hollow fatigue of a man who had stopped fighting the world a long time ago. But the moment Graves saw Rook, his body stiffened. It wasn't shock. It was recognition, instant, wordless, unwavering. Rook stopped, just one step short of the glass. He tilted his head slightly, looked directly at the man behind the barrier, and then stepped forward, just enough for his nose to touch the surface. 1 second. Then 2. Rook lifted his front legs, placing them gently on the base of the glass panel. He didn't bark. He didn't whine. He simply bowed his head, pressing his forehead against the window, and slowly closed his eyes. Graves raised a trembling hand, laying his palm exactly where Rook's head touched. His fingers shook. A single tear slid down his face, disappearing into the collar of his worn prison shirt. Behind Rook, Tessa stood motionless. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Because in that moment, everything that had been unsaid for 5 years found its voice, and Rook had spoken for the one who couldn't defend himself. Not through protest, not through pleading, just by standing there, not with resentment, not asking to be believed, just asking to be remembered and to be trusted. The warden stood outside the observation room, hand resting on his radio, but saying nothing. He had seen his share of inmates cry, rage, and crumble, but now he simply nodded. Once. A small gesture. But enough for the guard beside him to understand. Unlock the door. The isolation chamber opened with a soft, reverent click. No alarm, no buzzers, only the gentle breath of metal finally released after years of holding back. Rook didn't wait for a signal. He walked forward on his own, every step deliberate, as if entering sacred ground. Graves remained seated, hands still in his lap. He didn't rise, he didn't cry. He simply tilted his head, just a little, as if expecting something he never thought would come. Rook approached, then stopped just in front of him, lowered himself to the floor, and slowly, gently, licked Graves's right wrist. Right there, just along the faded scar stretching the length of his forearm, a mark left behind in the darkness of despair during the nights when no one believed him and nothing felt worth holding on to. Tessa stood still, watching. She saw Graves reach out, his hand trembling as if afraid Rook would vanish into smoke, but he touched the dog's head. They locked eyes, just a look, but within it lived every question that was never answered, and every apology that was never spoken. Then, without warning, the door to the observation room burst open. Nolan stormed in, sweat streaking down his temple, arm raised high with a red stamped document in his hand. "It's done!" he shouted, breathless. "The stay order is signed. The judge confirmed it. We have more time, enough to reopen everything." Tessa turned sharply, barely believing what she heard. Graves looked up, stunned, and Rook, as if understanding every word, leapt gently onto Graves's lap, pressing his head into the man's chest. No one spoke. Only the soft hum of the air vent filled the room, and the sound of a man's breath finally breaking free, not because of a miracle, but because a dog refused to give up on him. Graves sat upright, both hands resting on the smooth, cold wood of the table. The sun-darkened skin he once carried from days spent outdoors had faded into a pale, almost hollow tone. Under the dim, yellow light, the calluses on his palms and the faint scar on his left wrist appeared like long, uneven dashes on a page that no one wanted to read anymore. Tessa sat across from him. No notebook, no laptop. She wasn't here to record evidence or analyze a statement. She was here to listen. Rook lay quietly at Graves's feet, his head resting gently on the edge of the table. His eyes never left Tessa. Not for a moment. There was no barking, no sound, but Rook's presence alone was enough to hold the room steady, to give rhythm to whatever truths were about to unfold. Graves exhaled softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it didn't shake. "I don't need you to believe me," he said, "but I do need you to know." Tessa nodded once, nothing more. "That night," Graves began, "I got home late, close to midnight. When I opened the door, I saw Marissa sitting on the floor in the living room. No lights on, no music, no TV, just her, holding her knees. Shaking." He paused, glancing down at Rook, as if sinking his breath with the only heartbeat that had stayed with him through it all. I walked closer, and she backed away. She wouldn't look at me. Her eyes were red. Her hands were bruised. I asked what happened, but she just shook her head. Someone had been there while I was gone. I knew. She didn't have to say it. I could see it all over her. Graves clenched his jaw, his fingers lacing together tightly on the table. I went to check the security camera, but the screen was black, files wiped. I asked her again, and she broke. She cried. For the first time, in over a year of living together, she cried like the entire world had just fallen apart. And I didn't know what to do. Tessa listened intently, her face calm but focused. She didn't interrupt. She said, "If I disappear, don't look for me. And don't blame Rook. I have no other way left." Graves's voice faltered. "Rook barked that night. Loud like he was trying to stop her. But I didn't. I just stood there." He lowered his head. "I watched her walk out with nothing but a small bag. No cab, no words. Rook tried to follow, and I held him back. And the next morning, the cops knocked on my door." Silence lingered in the room like a breath held too long. Tessa asked quietly, "You didn't leave the house that night?" Graves shook his head. "Number, I stayed up the entire night with Rook. That dog. He knew something had happened. But I wasn't smart enough to understand." Rook shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing, almost in agreement. Graves turned back to Tessa. "Do you want to know what hurt the most?" She didn't answer. It wasn't the arrest. It wasn't the conviction. It was how everyone looked at Rook, like he'd been programmed by a murderer. His voice cracked. "Rook doesn't speak. But if someone, just one person, had looked into his eyes that night, they would have known. I didn't kill Marissa. I never hurt her." Graves looked down at Rook, whose eyes still locked firmly on Tessa, steady and unreadable. "I don't need forgiveness, but Rook doesn't deserve to carry this weight the rest of his life." Tessa pulled a tissue from her jacket pocket and wiped the corner of her eye. Not because she was ready to forgive, but because, for the first time, she had heard a truth. A truth never written, never archived. A truth that had lived only in the memory of a man and the loyalty of a dog. Graves gently ran his hand along Rook's back, The only thing I still believe in," he said softly, "is the way Rook looks at people. Not the lawyers, not the press, not the system. Just a pair of eyes, still loyal, still here, still waiting. Even after all this time." Tessa stood up without offering words of comfort, without rehearsed sympathy or apology. She simply reached out and placed one hand gently on top of Rook's head. And for the first time in this long and relentless journey, the three of them, a woman still carrying unanswered questions, a man waiting for the world's final verdict, and a dog who had weathered every storm without asking for anything in return, sat in silence together. But it wasn't the kind of silence that weighs heavy in the chest or tightens the throat. It was soft, light, like the hush that falls when someone finally opens a door behind an old, locked wall. Graves gave a slow nod. Rook lay still at his feet, unwavering eyes fixed on Tessa, as if grounding her to the truth that had always been there, just waiting for someone to be brave enough to believe it. "That night," Graves began, his voice rough, the kind of rasp that comes from a throat long unused to speaking anything real. "That night never left me." He looked down at the table, his hands resting stiffly on the grain of the wood, as if trying to reorder the broken pieces of memory that had scattered across the years. "It was around 10. She was sitting alone in the kitchen. Her hair was still damp, probably just out of the shower. No music, no phone, just staring at a glass on the table like it had something to say." He swallowed hard, the effort visible in the muscles of his jaw. "I asked what was wrong. Marissa didn't answer. She just said, 'I'm tired.' Not the kind of tired sleep fixes, the kind that sounds like someone's entire body is unraveling." He let out a breath. "I sat next to her. She pulled her hands away. Told me she didn't think she could stay much longer, that she was carrying too many things inside her, and I wasn't the one who could heal them." Tessa didn't interrupt. She watched him, steady, her face unreadable but open. "We didn't fight, there weren't harsh words, but sometimes the quiet sentences cut deeper than shouting ever could." Graves lifted his eyes to the ceiling, the whites tinged red at the edges. "She got a phone call. I couldn't hear who it was. She stepped into the bedroom and closed the door. I didn't want to push, so I walked out to the garage to check the fuse box. The hallway light had been flickering." His voice dimmed, softer now, as though even the walls were leaning in to hear. "I was out there just a few minutes, but when I came back, the door was open. Rook ran ahead of me. I followed." He paused. Rook looked up at him, and then lowered his head again. She was on the floor, not moving. The words hovered in the air like a ghost neither of them could send away. "I panicked. I had no idea what to do. I shook her, called her name over and over. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I tried CPR. I called 911, but she wouldn't wake up." Graves pressed his fingers to his temples, like the memory itself was splitting him in two. "I carried her out into the hallway, just hoping someone, anyone, would come. But the whole building was dark. No one heard. No one came." Tessa stayed silent. Only the low hum of the air conditioner filled the space between them, and Graves's shallow, uneven breaths. "I sat at the bottom of the stairs, holding her, until the ambulance showed up. Her hands were cold. Her eyes were open. But they weren't seeing me anymore." His hands clenched, voice catching. "I knew she was gone, but I kept hoping they'd get there in time. Hoping it wasn't too late. I didn't want to believe that. I had failed like that." He paused again. Tessa didn't speak. Her head bowed slightly, eyes stinging. "I told them everything, but no one believed me. They said I made it up, that there were no camera files, no proof, that I was the last one who saw her alive. So it had to be me." Graves looked up. His eyes were glassy, rimmed in pink. I didn't kill Marissa. I didn't lay a hand on her. I loved her. But by the time I realized how much love wasn't enough, the room grew still. Rook lifted his head and nudged Graves's arm, a small, careful touch that said more than any word could. Graves looked down and ran his hand along Rook's spine, slow and deliberate, voice softening to something nearly a whisper. Only Rook was there, from beginning to end. Everyone else turned away. But Rook never left. Tessa wiped at her eyes, not because she was ready to forgive him, but because, for the first time, she had heard something raw and unfiltered, not for justice, not for innocence, but simply to be seen as a human being. And somehow, in that moment, the prison walls didn't feel quite like prison anymore. They felt like the start of something else. Maybe the beginning of hope. Graves leaned back in his chair, the overhead light casting a tired glow across his sunken features, revealing every line etched by regret and years of silence. He touched his forehead briefly, then let his hand fall to the table like every last ounce of strength had been spent on those words. I remember Rook that night, he said, voice low, thick, running in circles around her. He growled, he howled, his paws slipped on the tiles. But me, I didn't hear any of it. He looked down at his open palms, as if trying to find the truth hidden in the lines of his skin. I was disconnected. From everything. Even from myself. The words weren't loud. They didn't plead. They didn't accuse. They just fell. Quietly. Into the silence of that room, and landed where it hurt the most. Tessa sat across from him, watching the man she once couldn't stand to look at, the man whose name lived inside case files and cold reports. But now, Graves was no longer a file number, no longer a statistic. He was a man who had lost everything, and somehow was still trying to give something back. Graves, in this moment, was no longer a man surrounded by suspicions or weighed down by accusations. He was just a man, slumped forward like a shadow against the weight of time. The armor was gone. The defensive posture had melted. What remained was someone utterly exhausted, not from prison, not from the trial, but from carrying the weight of things he could never fully say aloud. Rook lay quietly beneath the bench, his brown eyes locked on Tessa with a stillness that held no demand, no plea. He didn't bark, he didn't wag his tail, but somehow his presence alone tied the three of them to a shared center, not because anyone owed anyone else, but because, in that space, something honest had taken root. Tessa said nothing. Her gaze dropped to Graves' hands resting on the table, the calluses still thick, the old scars still visible like faded road maps to places no one wanted to revisit. And then she cried. Not because of the pain, not because she had finally forgiven him, but because, for the very first time, she could see the truth. And it wasn't written in any file. It wasn't etched into a deposition or stamped into a piece of legal paper. It was sitting right there in the quiet eyes of a man who had nothing left to protect, and yet still chose to speak, knowing full well that the world might never believe him. Graves didn't look up. He didn't need to. His hand moved gently to rest on Rook's back, fingers curling lightly into the fur that had never left his side. His voice came low, steady, like the final note of a song long forgotten. "I'm not asking for anyone to clear my name," he said. "I'm not asking to be let out. I just need someone to know that Marissa didn't die in hatred, that someone held her all the way to the end. And maybe it wasn't enough to save her, but at least she didn't leave this world alone." Tessa reached for her sleeve and wiped at her tears. Not hurriedly, not with shame, but with the quiet clarity of someone who had just felt something break free inside. Because she now understood. Some truths don't come with shouting. Some pain doesn't need to scream. Sometimes, all it takes is someone who still carries it, even after all this time. And Rook was still watching her, calm, gentle, as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. He didn't need praise. He didn't need applause. Rook only needed to see that the person he never gave up on was finally being heard. And in that silent room, no one spoke the word justice. But everyone in it felt that something had just shifted. Graves leaned back, shoulders slack against the chair. The yellow light from above cast a soft glow over his gaunt face, outlining every line that had deepened with the passing years. He touched his forehead for a moment, then let his hand fall back to the table like the strength had left him completely, used up by each truth spoken. "I remember Rook that night," Graves murmured, voice trembling, running in circles around Marissa. He growled, he whined, his paws slipped on the tile, but me, I heard none of it. His gaze dropped to the creases of his palms, as if he could retrieve that moment from the lines etched there. "I was cut off from everything, from the moment, from her, from myself." The words were not loud. They didn't carry the fury of injustice or the desperation of a plea. They were simply a truth, small and aching, falling into a quiet room and landing exactly where it needed to. Tessa sat across from him, staring at the man who had once stirred her anger, once made her doubt even her own instincts. But now, Graves wasn't the man from the file. He wasn't the name tagged in autopsy reports or the subject of archived interviews. He was just a man, tired, hollowed out, speaking not to convince, but to remember. And Graves, once again, slumped like a shadow beneath the weight of what had never been said. No pretense, no shield. Just a man, laid bare by everything he had carried and everything he had lost. Rook still hadn't moved. His brown eyes never blinked. But that stillness was not passive. It held the space together, anchoring the moment like only he could. Tessa remained quiet. Her eyes drifted again to Graves's hands, those hardened, scarred hands. And again, tears welled in her vision, not from guilt, not from pity, but because finally she saw something real, something that didn't live in evidence files or courtroom exhibits. It lived in the silence between words, in the man who chose to speak when no one asked him to, and in the dog who had never walked away. Graves still didn't look up. He kept his hand on Rook's back, his voice dropping even lower. "I stopped believing in paperwork a long time ago," he said. "Stopped believing in courts, in lawyers, even in myself." He paused. Rook didn't move, but his gaze never left Tessa, like he too was checking to see if she understood. "But there's one thing I never stopped believing in," Graves continued. "Not once, not for a second." His fingers gripped a little tighter into the fur beside him. "I believe in Rook." Graves swallowed hard. His voice dropped lower, but every word rang clear. "I trust Rook's eyes. The night they arrested me, when I couldn't say a word. Rook stayed. Rook looked at me. He wasn't afraid. He didn't walk away." Graves lowered his head, pressing his forehead gently against Rook's. A simple gesture, but one that held everything he hadn't been able to say until now. "If Rook's still here with me, then I know. I haven't lost everything." Tessa didn't respond right away. She stayed seated, hands resting on her knees, neither nodding nor shaking her head. But something in her expression softened, like a long-closed window finally cracking open. Graves raised his gaze, and for the first time in their entire conversation, he looked Tessa in the eye. "I used to think, maybe it's fine to stay locked up. Maybe nobody needs to understand me. but every time Rook curls up at my feet and just watches me like this." He pointed to the floor. "I remember I'm still human, even if no one believes it." Tessa stared back. What she saw now wasn't the man she once raged at, not the name printed under screaming headlines. What sat in front of her now was someone who had once been a father, a man who once had a home, a little girl, and one last evening he never got the chance to hold on to. "I don't have proof to clear myself," Graves said, almost lightly. "But I have Rook. And if anyone really looks at him, looks at the way he never left, they'll understand." Silence settled around them again. Not tense, not uncertain, just the quiet of three beings occupying the same truth. One woman, one man who had lost everything, and one dog who still remembered every second like it had just happened yesterday. Tessa sat up straighter. Her eyes were rimmed with red. But it wasn't pity. She had finally heard what she needed to hear. And Rook still hadn't moved. Still watched. On her way out of the visitation room, Tessa didn't say a word. She gave a small nod of thanks to the guard who opened the door. The morning wind cut cold against her coat. But something inside her had begun to warm, just a little, like the first light slipping through a door that had stayed shut for far too long. That same afternoon, Tessa made a call to someone she hadn't spoken to in years, Marcus Hayes, an IT technician who once worked for the county police. His voice still had that gravelly edge, still spoke with a slow, deliberate cadence, as if he weighed each word before letting it go. "Nothing disappears by itself, Tess," Marcus said after she explained. "Things vanish when someone wants them gone." Tessa held her breath. "Can you help?" He let out a sigh. "I'm retired. Don't have clearance anymore, but I still kept a ghost image of the old server. If that data ever existed, even if it was deleted, I might be able to trace the remnants." She didn't answer right away. Instead, she put Marcus on speaker. Rook looked up, ears perked slightly at the familiar voice. "Still the quiet pup from way back?" Marcus chuckled after hearing Rook's gentle sniff. "Rook remembers you," Tessa replied. "And so do I. I believe this is our last shot. If nobody helps now, we won't get another chance." A pause. Then Marcus said simply, "Send me the time frame and the name." 3 days later, a small package arrived, overnight delivery from Spokane. No handwritten note, no explanations. Just a black hard drive with a label that read, "Metadata, Camera 03, night of March 22nd, 2014. Tessa plugged it in. On screen appeared a rolling timeline of raw data, every second accounted for. One segment was marked in red. She moved her cursor over it. Camera 03, the one stationed at the back hallway of the building, had been officially logged as temporarily offline. But Marcus had dug deeper and found otherwise. The camera had been functional, and its final metadata log showed footage captured at exactly 2:14 a.m. The same time, Graves said he left the garage and came back to find Marissa collapsed. The footage only lasted a few seconds. But it was enough. A man wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap appeared in the top right corner of the frame. His face wasn't fully visible, just a sliver, a blur, but his jawline was distinct, his nose sharp, and his gait unmistakably uneven. Tessa froze. She zoomed in and stopped at a single detail. A faint logo stitched onto the man's jacket, Spokane Builders Union. She'd seen it before. In the temporary residence file of a man named Derek Mallory, now living under a different identity in Spokane, currently employed by none other than Spokane Builders Union. A trace had finally emerged. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. It wasn't just Rook's eyes reacting whenever that name was spoken aloud. Tessa bit her lip. Her eyes stung. Rook sat close beside her, head resting on her thigh, eyes never leaving hers. "You did good," she whispered. "It was Rook who led us here." Rook didn't bark. He didn't leap. He just gently licked her hand once, as if to say, "We've arrived." And this time, no one would erase the truth again. The next morning, outside the county courthouse, a cluster of reporters began to gather. Ever since news of the recovered camera log had begun circulating within law enforcement circles, the public had taken notice. Questions lit up across social media. Why was the footage ignored? Who deleted the log file? Why does the man match the location of someone who vanished after the incident? No one had answers. But one name began to surface again. Derek Mallory. A man with a criminal record, a known connection to Marissa, and now officially confirmed to have been near the scene that night. Under pressure from public outcry, the district attorney's office had no choice but to act. A subpoena was signed. At exactly 3 p.m., Derek walked into the interrogation suite, flanked by his private attorney. He didn't look the same as his old file photo. His hair was dyed lighter. He wore tinted glasses that obscured half his face. But the slight tilt in his walk, the limp from an old injury, hadn't changed. He handed over the documents bearing his current legal name. Caleb Morris, resident of Spokane. Calmly, he denied ever knowing anyone named Marissa Graves. And no, he had absolutely not been anywhere near a garage that night. "Maybe you've mistaken me for someone who looks like me," he said with a dry smile. "Happens more often than you'd think." From behind the one-way glass, Tessa stood silently, eyes fixed. She said nothing. But Rook, standing beside her, ears sharp, gaze unwavering, locked onto Derek's reflection through the glass, as if something deep inside him had stirred back to life. Then the forensic technician stepped into the room. In his hand was a freshly processed lab result, a retest of a long-overlooked blood sample recovered near the hot water unit in the garage. That sample had once been labeled a clerical error. Now it told a different story. Result? 99.87% match with the DNA of Derek Mallory. The air in the room changed. The lead prosecutor drummed his fingers on the table, voice level. "Care to explain how your blood ended up in the victim's home on the night she died?" Derek's lips pressed into a thin line. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes flicking toward the camera mounted on the wall, then back to his lawyer. He whispered something no one could quite make out. And Rook, still watching from behind the glass, took a slow step forward. He didn't growl. He didn't leap. But his posture tightened like a drawn bow, one breath away from snapping. "Anything else you'd like to say?" the prosecutor asked, voice firmer now. "We're reopening the entire case file. If you continue withholding information, your testimony will work against you." Derek turned and looked up, but the bravado had slipped from his face. What stared back now was uncertainty. "Maybe. I passed by there once," he muttered. "But I didn't do anything. I didn't mean to be involved. It was just bad timing." Tessa clenched her fists. Rook dropped back onto his haunches, eyes still locked onto Derek like a compass needle that had never stopped pointing at the truth. No words were needed. Rook's stare alone was enough to remind everyone in that room. Someone had seen it all. And even if years had passed, and even if no words were spoken, memory, true memory, never fades. The interrogation room was carefully prepared. Gray walls, a long wood table, cameras mounted in each corner, their red lights blinking steadily, recording every detail. 4 people sat at the assessment panel, a representative from the prosecutor's office, 2 veteran investigators, and an independent civilian observer. Tessa sat in the back. Rook lay quietly beneath her, head resting gently across her foot, just as he always did. Then the door opened, and every eye turned. Derek entered. His face no longer carried the smirk it once did. He wore a pale shirt, his complexion faded, a thin folder in his hand, but his gaze never lifted from the center of the room. Rook stood the moment Derek walked in. No noise, no signal, just the sound of claws clicking softly on tile. Step by deliberate step, Rook moved forward, each footfall measured, grounded. Derek faltered in the aisle. His eyes dropped. He took one tiny step back, just one. One of the board members made a note of it, pen scratching across the page. Rook froze in place. His eyes never wavered. A low, steady growl rumbled from deep within him. Not loud, but sharp. Certain. The panel watched every motion. The camera blinked red above them, catching it all. Tessa's fingers tightened, not in fear, but in quiet awe. She knew this moment carried more weight than any stack of legal files ever could. One of the investigators replayed archived footage from the night of the incident. On it, Rook had shown the same behavior, circling the garage, returning again and again to the front door, trying desperately to pull Graves away from the scene. Now, the same look, the same instinct. But this time, witnesses were present. Derek sat down slowly, placing his hands flat on the table. His voice came rough. I didn't think Rook was still alive. A panel member raised an eyebrow. What did you just say? Derek swallowed, fidgeting with the edge of the folder. I just thought, after all these years, the dog wouldn't still be around. The room held its breath. No one interrupted. No one pushed further. But those words, not quite a confession, not yet, were enough. Everyone exchanged glances. The clerk scribbled down every syllable. Rook returned to Tessa, laying his head gently across her foot again, calm as ever. One of the panel members looked at Tessa, then down at Rook. He remembers, and that says everything. Those were the final words of the review. No shouting, no courtroom drama, just a gaze, a step, a memory, finally captured before everyone. And so the truth began to take shape, through a witness who never left. 3 days after the deposition, the governor's office signed the official exoneration order. Every charge against Graves was dismissed. All records were updated, sealed again, this time bearing a red stamp with 3 words, fully exonerated. That morning, the warden of Blackridge entered cell 27, the space Graves had called home for nearly 6 years. The door swung open. Graves was folding his clothes. There weren't many. A sun-faded shirt, a weathered coat, and one leather-bound notebook with frayed corners. Mr. Graves, the warden spoke, his voice gentler than usual. The order's in. You're free to leave any time. Graves paused, looked up at him. I'll leave with Rook. The warden hesitated. The dog's not here. You know that. Graves didn't answer right away. He turned his gaze toward the narrow window in the corner of the wall. Morning light had softened the edges of the sky, and a thin mist clung to the earth like breath not yet exhaled. Then, calmly, he said, But Rook will come. The warden didn't know how to respond. He exhaled, then gave a small nod. I'll give you one more day. Just one. Graves bowed slightly, not in words, but in gratitude. That afternoon, they escorted him to the open-fence visitation area reserved for inmates set to be released. It was meant to be a space where families could come and say hello again. But Graves had no one. No one. Except Rook. Tessa had told them earlier, "If it's possible, let me bring Rook. Don't need to say when, just make sure there's a way in." And Rook didn't wait for a signal. The moment the gate unlatched, Rook walked through it. No hesitation, no leash, no handler. Graves rose the second he spotted him in the distance. No one called out. No one stopped him. Rook walked slowly, head tilted ever so slightly to the left, the side with the faded scar from an injury long ago. When Rook finally reached Graves, the world seemed to go quiet. He didn't bark, didn't growl, didn't leap. Rook simply raised his head and brushed it gently against Graves' pant leg, then sat and waited. Graves dropped to his knees, hands trembling just a little. Rook looked up at him, as if asking, "It's done now, isn't it?" No words, just Graves laying his hand across Rook's back, gently running his palm along the old familiar coat, then resting his forehead against Rook's head and whispering, "We're going home." The warden stood nearby, arms folded, eyes locked on them but saying nothing. When Graves stood again and reached for his coat, a guard handed him something, a leather collar, old and worn, the same one Rook had worn all those years ago. They'd kept it, just in case. Graves took it without a word. Rook lowered his head, steady and willing, and the two of them walked out through the west gate of Black Ridge together, without looking back. It was a windy morning, not bright, not rainy, not cold, but just chilly enough to make a man tuck his hands into his coat pockets. A silver-gray car pulled up outside the iron fence. Tessa stepped out and opened the back door. Rook hopped out on his own, no prompting, no command. He didn't run, didn't hesitate. He simply walked. Slow, grounded, calm. No leash, no collar. The guard opened the gate. No one asked for ID. They all knew. Inside, Graves had been waiting since dawn. Dressed in civilian clothes issued by the facility, a plain white shirt, light gray slacks, no more prison uniform, no more inmate number on his chest. Just Graves, standing there, eyes trained on the gate. And when he saw Rook, he stepped forward, then paused. He didn't call, he didn't raise a hand. Rook didn't need a call. He had already seen, he had already heard, and he already knew. He slowed his stride as he neared Graves, then stopped, just inches away. No bark, no whine, no rolling over or jumping like other dogs might when they find their person again. Rook simply lifted his gaze, just a moment, then lowered his head and leaned it gently against Graves's leg, right where he used to curl up each night before Marissa was gone. Graves couldn't hold it in. His fingers clenched the hem of his shirt, then slowly reached down and rested on Rook's head, sliding along his back until they stopped at his shoulder. "Still the same," he murmured, barely loud enough to hear. A sentence meant for no one but himself. Tessa stood off to the side. She didn't step in. She didn't speak. She just nodded quietly. Because in that moment there was nothing left to explain. The man standing there was Graves, no longer shackled, no longer confined. And the dog at his side was Rook, no longer evidence, no longer caged. Both of them, still here, after everything. A corrections officer stepped forward with a release form and a page of reintegration instructions. Graves signed without reading. Tessa handed him a small cloth bag. Inside was nothing but an old cell phone, a worn notebook, and a faded photograph of Marissa. Graves didn't open the notebook. He just held the bag tightly, then turned to go. Graves whispered, "Rook." And Rook followed. No sound. No footsteps echoed, only the gentle rhythm of a dog's paws on dry ground and the kind of human gaze that, for the first time in years, didn't flinch or turn away. Tessa walked a few steps behind, keeping her distance, not out of formality but out of respect for the silence, because some silences don't need breaking. Because this one had already said enough. Today they only needed one thing: to go home. The old house that once belonged to Marissa was locked now, curtains no longer drawn, windows clouded with dust. The flowers by the porch had long since wilted. No one lived there anymore. But Tessa still stopped when she passed by. She never went in. She just stood there, watching. Then quietly continued on her way. Now she lived in a small cottage near the southern hills, not far from the cemetery where Marissa rested, a peaceful stretch of land shaded by trees. Every month Tessa came by, never with flowers, just an old book in her hand and stories she hadn't yet gotten the chance to tell. Graves chose a quieter life, far outside the city. No social media, no interviews. He found work tending the gardens of a retirement home. Simple, quiet, with few people and fewer questions. And Rook stayed with him. Every morning, just after the sun peeked through the tall pines, Rook walked outside. He'd sit on the porch step, no barking, no running around, just sitting, facing north, toward the hills of Black Ridge, the place of lost years, the place nobody wanted to remember. And yet it was where Rook, just a German shepherd, just a dog in the eyes of the world, had kept a man's soul from slipping away. No commands, no waiting for praise. Rook didn't expect anything. He just sat there, quietly, patiently, every single morning. Some days it rained. Tessa would open the door, maybe thinking to call him back in. But Rook never moved. Not out of stubbornness, not to be dramatic. He simply needed to be there. Because maybe, deep in his heart, Rook believed there was still something in that place that needed to be guarded. Something unsaid, but deeply real. And when the sun finally climbed high, Rook would stand, shake the dew from his fur, and walk back inside. Every day. The same. A routine no one had taught him. A ritual that needed no reason, just loyalty, unspoken, unquestioned. Some sentences get wiped away by justice, but some, the kind no judge hears, the kind no one sees, they cling to a man long after his name is cleared. Only one thing remained the same from beginning to end: loyalty. And for Rook, loyalty didn't need to be proven, didn't need to be named. It just needed someone worth walking toward, and a porch worth waiting on. Weeks later, Tessa visited the district attorney's office to submit a file. It wasn't a motion to reopen the case. She wasn't demanding damages. She wasn't petitioning for a retrial. It was simply a new record, documented clearly, line by line, with everything she had seen, everything she had learned, and everything she now knew. On the last page, there was no judge's name, no formal signature, just a few lines, handwritten in her own careful print. Some verdicts come from mistakes, but some truths, like loyalty, will never need justification. Tessa left the file on the desk without turning around. She walked out, the sunlight brushing her shoulders like a warm hand. And at the corner, Rook was waiting. No muzzle, no leash, no signal. Tessa knelt, rested her palm on Rook's head. He looked up at her, then rose. They walked off together, down a road filled with golden light, where no sentence bound them anymore. Only peace remained, and one truth, stronger than any evidence ever presented, that a German shepherd chose to believe. And because of that, a man was saved. Not by law, but by something far simpler: love and loyalty. In the heart of winter's silence, when all of Elderglen still slumbered beneath a sky that had not yet turned to light, a German shepherd pulled a baby from her crib. Not out of panic, not with force, but with a purpose so precise and silent it could have only come from something deeper than instinct. Minutes later, the ground trembled beneath the old house, and in the darkness only his eyes glowed. 2 points of light that knew something, that had seen something, and acted before the world could catch up. But the strangest question remained. How did he know? The sky over Elderglen had not yet softened, and the fog clung to the edges of the roof like a cold, damp blanket left too long on weathered timber, the kind that bore the scars of 3 long winters without complaint. The cabin sat quietly among the tall pines, every branch and window still, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for the first trace of sun to loosen the grip of night. Only the faint ticking of a wall clock dared to move, each tick sounding like a footstep into forbidden silence. Valor lay beside Lyra's bedroom door, as he always did. Not asleep, not restless, simply present. His breath was steady, but his eyes remained open, not from fear, but because something in the air had shifted. Not a sound, not a scent exactly, but a movement too quiet to be named. Something like a thin current of breath gliding beneath the floorboards, the kind only a creature who had never learned how to sleep would ever notice. Inside the nursery, Lyra stirred in her crib near the window, her little hand brushing the edge of her blanket as the nightlight cast a gentle beam across her cheek, soft and pink like a cherry blossom peeking through snow. In that moment, so still it could have passed for eternity, Valor rose. His paws landed like whispers on the wooden floor, and he approached the crib, not barking, not growling. Just a slight tilt of his head, and then, as if answering a silent calling, he gripped the blanket gently in his teeth and began to pull. The blanket dragged across the floor with a rustle so soft it blended into the breath of the night, like a sigh mistaken for wind. Lyra didn't wake, her small body tucked against Valor's shoulder as he slowly inched her from the room. He paused whenever her hand slipped, nudging it back with the care of someone who had rehearsed every motion 1,000 times in dreams he never shared. Upstairs in the loft, Clara stirred. The faint knock of fabric was enough to pull her eyes open, and when she turned toward Jonas, her breath caught, not because of a sound, but because of the flicker on the baby monitor screen. A shape, long, slow, off rhythm, not part of any ordinary night. "Jonas," she whispered, steady but urgent. "Something's not right." Within seconds, both were on their feet, bare soles tapping down the stairs, their heartbeats falling into step with their breath. Lyra's door stood ajar, and in the hallway just outside, they caught the fading glimpse of a sable-gray blur and the trailing edge of a blanket moving steadily towards the front door. "Valor!" Clara's voice cracked like glass in the air, sharp and unfiltered. Jonas bolted ahead. At the foot of the stairs, Valor stood still. His eyes were calm, not frightened, not wild, just filled with one message: move. Lyra squirmed faintly in the blanket, her hands reaching upward as if dreaming of clouds. Jonas scooped her into his arms with a single motion, holding her tightly as though pulling her back from some unseen cliff between almost and already. That's when Clara dropped to her knees beside Valor, one hand already reaching to touch his back, the question forming on her lips. Why? But the answer came before she could speak. The smell. Not strong, not sharp, but unmistakable. Burnt. Jonas turned instinctively, his eyes tracing the hallway until they landed on the darkness curling at the edge of the kitchen. He took one step, then another, before his gaze locked on a narrow flicker, orange and thin as a blade, licking up from beneath the cabinet beneath the sink, rising against the grain of the floorboards. Clara reached him just as a gust of wind swept through the cracks of the old door, carrying a ribbon of smoke across the ceiling, and the first faint crackle echoed like dry leaves scraping metal. Lyra whimpered, soft, disoriented, caught between a dream and something trying to take shape. Valor stood at the threshold, his head lifted high, shadow stretched long across the porch, facing away from the fire now glowing behind the kitchen curtain. He wasn't looking at the flames. He was looking at Jonas, holding the gaze like a completed sentence. Jonas tightened his grip around Clara's shoulder, hand trembling but sure as he reached for the front door and shoved it open with a controlled force. Cold morning air flooded in, wet with fog, rich with the scent of pine, and now, unmistakably, smoke. Not just smoke, a warning, woven into wind. Clara pressed Lyra to her chest. Her nightgown whipped in the gust, hair tangled like wild grass, and her feet found the icy stone of the porch by memory alone, as her entire body moved with one instinct. Get the child away. Valor dashed forward, not panicked, not frantic, but with the urgency of someone who had already seen what delay would cost. Dew clung to his thick coat, shimmering under the porch light, and each step carved a path through the grass, leading toward the clearing. Behind them, as Jonas pulled the door shut, the fire hissed louder, like a breath rising from lungs no longer holding back. He turned once more, arms wrapped around the only two people who mattered, eyes scanning the kitchen now glowing with flames that no longer flickered but danced, wild and knowing, across the torn curtain. Lyra cried harder now, tiny fists gripping her father's shirt like anchors in the storm. Jonas whispered something close to her ear, then nodded toward Clara, and together they moved toward the field where Valor waited. The German shepherd turned once, meeting them with the same gaze he'd held since the beginning. Not curious, not afraid, just steady, as if all of this had happened already, and he had simply been waiting for the others to catch up. Clara knelt down and wrapped Lyra tighter, while Jonas crouched beside Valor, placed a hand on his neck, and this time, for the first time that night, he was the one shaking. Behind them, the flames grew. Light flared through the kitchen window, throwing silhouettes onto the cabin walls, shadows that twisted like memories too heavy to carry and far too late to forget. Just minutes later, a siren pierced the mist. The first cry distant and solitary, then joined by the screech of tires carving into forest road and the strobe of red and white lights splitting through the gauzy dawn fog like a blade. A fire truck emerged from the haze like something out of a fever dream, and from its frame, men and women in reflective jackets spilled out, moving with urgency yet a kind of practiced grace, as if this was the 100th time they'd danced with danger. "Is anyone still inside?" one of the firefighters shouted, eyes locking onto Jonas with the kind of intensity trained for moments that don't forgive hesitation. "We made it out," Jonas replied. Voice rough but steady, each word like a weight lifted only once it was spoken. The firefighter gave a sharp nod, signaling to his crew, and in seconds, hoses unfurled, tools swung into hands, and boots found rhythm on the wet soil, their bodies moving not as individuals but as a singular force honed by repetition and necessity. And soon, the thick column of smoke spilling from the kitchen began to thin, torn apart by pressurized streams of water that cut white paths through the humid air like blades of mist. Clara stood motionless, eyes wide and locked on the unfolding scene, one hand still gripping Lyra's shoulder, the other tightening instinctively around a handful of her nightdress, as if she needed something, anything, to hold on to. Valor stayed beside her, silent and grounded, not barking, not pacing, just watching as the fire bowed under human will, as if confirming with his own eyes that the threat, for now, had been tamed. A young firefighter approached, soot still clinging to his cheeks, and removed his mask with a gasp for breath before speaking to Jonas in a low, grave tone. "If we'd gotten here 5 minutes later, the smoke would have made it upstairs. The little girl might have—" He paused, eyes flickering toward Lyra. "She wouldn't have lasted long." Clara leaned forward then, arms drawing tighter around her daughter, as if to pull her even closer into the shell of safety. Lyra had stopped crying by now. Only soft, uneven hiccups broke her breath as she nestled against her mother's neck, eyelids wet, but fingers clutching Clara's hand with unwavering grip. Valor stepped back slightly and lowered himself onto the grass, ears flattening, shoulders sagging. Not from fear, not from pain, but from the sudden permission to finally let go, after hours of being stretched thin like a wire drawn to its limit. A soft plume of white breath rose from his nose, curling into the cold air, drifting across Jonas's coat collar as he bent down to stroke the shepherd's shoulder with quiet reverence. "We'll need to inspect the wiring and the heating system," another firefighter reported as he stepped out of the house, still warm with smoke. "Looks like a short circuit under the floorboards. But here's the odd part. The alarms never triggered. Not even the smoke detectors went off." Jonas frowned. Clara turned to him, eyes flashing, not with fear of the fire, but with a sudden, bone-deep realization that bloomed like frost beneath the skin. If not for Valor? No one said it. No one had to. Just then, a neighbor in a bathrobe came sprinting down the slope from the upper trail, phone clutched in hand, eyes wide with disbelief. "I saw the smoke, and the dog pulling the baby. I thought I was seeing things, but then I saw the fire." Clara turned towards Valor, and for one breathless moment the world seemed to fall away, all sound pulled back behind some invisible curtain. The neighbor's robe flapped in the wind, its edges snapping, but the only thing that moved Clara was the look in Valor's eyes, still seated in the wet earth like a stake driven into ground that had almost given way. His gaze caught the first rays of sun now breaking through the pine trees, igniting his eyes into a deep, burnished bronze. No one spoke for what felt like the longest stretch of morning, not because they had nothing to say, but because every word that wanted to rise seemed to dissolve into the silence Valor carried, not a silence born of fear, nor one of shock, but something ancient, something rooted so far beneath the surface that it would take time for language to catch up. It was Jonas who broke the hush, not to address the others, but to offer something to the space between him and the dog, who had sat so still, so steady through it all. "I know why he did it," he said quietly, the words slicing through the smoke like the first clean breeze after a storm. He sat down on the stone steps, jacket still soaked through with mist, knees drawn up toward his chest, like a man about to tell a story not to others, but to himself. "2 years ago, I was stationed up north, at Weather Outpost B-23 near the Lone Spire Range. We were running geological surveys, studying the fault lines where they'd been drilling deep beneath the limestone ridges. It was supposed to be routine, until the landslide." Clara had heard him speak of this incident before. But now, beneath this fresh sunrise, with the smell of ash still hanging in the air, his voice carried a new weight. Not as memory, but as something closer to revelation, to reckoning. 3 men got trapped in a collapsed auxiliary tunnel. Everyone assumed they were gone. We were ready to pull back until the rescue team brought in a dog. It didn't have a name, just a code, V-17. Jonas glanced at Valor, still motionless in the yard. The wind stirred his tail, but the rest of him didn't shift, save for the ears, lowered, lifted, like sonar tuned to something old, something remembered. "That dog." Jonas exhaled a soft laugh, more breath than joy. "It just stood there, staring in one direction for minutes. Everyone said it was a dead zone, No readings, no signals, but the dog wouldn't stop digging, like it knew. We followed its lead, dug where it wouldn't let us ignore, and we pulled out all 3 men. Alive. One of the firefighters beside him raised an eyebrow, clearly unfamiliar with the story. A neighbor whispered faintly, "I think I read about that. But the article didn't mention a dog." "Number it wouldn't. Because after that the dog was removed from the program," Jonas said softly. "Not for disobedience, not for failure, but because it stopped sleeping." Clara looked up. Lyra had drifted off again, the child's small fingers still hooked into the collar of her mother's gown like an anchor. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her eyes found Jonas's, and behind them were questions, ones that could wait, but not forever. Since the day we returned, I noticed it never slept the way other dogs did. It never curled into itself in a nest of warmth or whimpered in a dream it couldn't name. No, it simply stayed awake, not restless, not pacing, but still, endlessly still, as if the silence itself required guarding. Each night, as darkness settled over the house like a weight, it awakened, not with noise, not with barking or growling, but by sitting motionless, ears attuned to something no longer present, like echoes that only it could still hear. The voices of those who once called out in the dark and never returned. Jonas rose slowly to his feet, brushing away the damp dust that had gathered on the hem of his trousers, and walked toward Valor, settling down beside him with a gentleness that asked for no reply. The wind howled through the pines, twisting their branches into knots, but even that wild song could not drown out the steady rhythm of the dog's breath. Measured, constant, unwavering. "There were nights," Jonas said quietly, eyes distant, "when I stayed up just to see if it would sleep, to catch the moment it might let go. But it never did. It only closed its eyes for a few minutes at most, then opened them again, like it didn't trust silence, like it believed that if it let itself fall too deeply, someone would be left behind again." Clara said nothing for a long time. Her hand stroked Lyra's hair in slow, absent movements, her gaze fixed on Valor, not just on the body of the dog, but on the shadow it cast, long and slender, stretched out across the wild grass and merging seamlessly into the larger silhouette of the house itself, as though he were not just its inhabitant, but a living extension of its being, guarding it through sleep, through fire, through memory. The firefighter returned from the truck, a large emergency blanket folded over one arm, which he handed to Clara to wrap around Lyra, who had begun to shiver in the morning chill. Jonas accepted it with a nod of quiet gratitude, and as he draped the blanket over their daughter's small frame, it felt like he was covering her not just in warmth, but in something softer, something unspoken, an invisible fabric of all the things they had survived without ever giving them a name. Valor looked up at Clara as she stepped closer, his eyes not wild, not exhausted, but still, clear, and full of something that was neither relief nor weariness, just the quiet presence of a being who remained, perhaps not because he had to, but because some part of him understood that his task was not yet done. "Do you think," Jonas began, standing now beside her and the dog, his voice low and hesitant, not in fear, but in reverence for the thought he was about to give shape to, "do you think that sometimes animals like him are sent not only to warn us, but to remind us that there are things in this world no one understands, and yet they still exist?" Clara didn't answer. She sat down slowly, leaning her head against Jonas's shoulder, her eyes half closed, and in that moment, behind them, the house, though still trailing smoke like whispers of unfinished dreams, fell into a hush so deep it felt as though it, too, had heard the question, and was choosing to hold the answer for a time when someone was ready to listen. Valor did not close his eyes. Even as the sun rose higher, gilding the dew on the grass with light, he remained watchful, looking not at the people around him, but at the house, at the place where a part of him had been born out of something broken, and where now something unseen waited patiently to be written into the next chapter. That morning drifted past beneath the shrill call of sirens, the low murmur of fire crews clearing soot and ash, the sound of boots trudging across the lawn in careful cadence. And amidst all those noises, only one thing stayed the same: the glances. They came quietly, slipped beneath the brims of fire helmets, peeked through the curtains of neighboring homes, glinted in the eyes of those who had once greeted each other over white picket fences with nods of familiarity, but who now moved slower, looked lower, and carried within them the brittle, sour scent of doubt beginning to ferment in their chests. Clara heard the first words while standing on the porch, Lyra asleep in her arms. An old woman had turned in from the end of the alleyway, a small girl clutching her hand, and paused just at the edge of the walkway, not looking directly at Clara, but speaking loud enough for the wind to carry her meaning clear. She let her baby stay in the house with a dog that size? No matter how smart it is, it's still an animal. What if it had snapped? The sentence was never finished, but Clara heard every word fall like flakes of soot from the half-burned roof, leaving behind no visible marks, and yet sharp enough to slice through the softest part of her chest. That same afternoon, after Lyra had been temporarily moved to her best friend's house at the end of the street to spare her from the lingering smoke, Clara returned to a house that no longer breathed, but had not yet remembered how to live. She cleaned each blackened doorknob by hand, folded each scorched blanket left in the corners of the living room, and paused longest at the window. The window, where Valor sat each night, sometimes all night, like a statue carved not of stone, but of something deeper, a sentinel carved from the shape of emotion itself. It was twilight when Valor re-entered the house, without a word, without a summons. He walked to the rug near the fireplace, lay down, and rested his chin on his front legs, not looking at Clara, but at the door leading into the kitchen, in a pose so familiar that something in Clara's chest drew tight, as if she were only now beginning to understand what exactly had been protected, and what exactly had been saved. The door opened. Jonas entered, his jacket dusty, carrying a long box in his hands. "I got it." Clara looked up as he approached, setting the box down on the kitchen table. Several soft clicks echoed as he unlatched it, revealing a small, charcoal-colored camera nestled beside a coiled cable and a motion-sensing adapter. "They said it can be mounted at the end of the hallway, aimed right at Lyra's room. It records infrared at night. If anything unusual moves, it sends an alert straight to your phone," Jonas explained, his tone not guarded, not defensive, just clear, the clarity of someone who had chosen to do something not out of fear, but out of the need to remember, to bear witness. Clara didn't reply at first. She sank into a chair, her fingers gently brushing the edge of the same blanket she had wrapped around Lyra that morning, still faintly carrying the scent of smoke, and threaded through it the unmistakable mix of warm fur and cold wind, a blend she recognized immediately. It was the scent of Valor, the moment he pressed close to her daughter and carried her out of the fire without a sound. "They don't believe it," Clara said finally, her voice low but firm. "Someone asked if I was sure he wasn't trying to bite her." Jonas looked up. His expression softened. Not in anger, but with the deep ache of someone who knew too well how often belief was the first thing sacrificed to the altar of other people's fear. He stepped closer, laid a hand on Clara's shoulder, and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Then let him tell it himself, through the footage, not to prove it to them," Jonas said, "but so that one day when Lyra asks, you can show her what saved her, in silence." As Jonas began installing the camera, Valor remained at his post on the stairs, his head tilted slightly, Ears perked, not in confusion but in attention, as if learning the language of this new thing that made no sound, bore no teeth, and yet somehow held memory. Clara stood quietly, one arm cradling the sleeping weight of Lyra, the other gently tracing the length of Valor's spine with the back of her fingers, moving slowly along the velvet-thick fur that shimmered under the hall light, soft as dusk-warmed velvet. And yet, beneath it, built upon layers of hardened muscle and the faint impressions of scars that revealed themselves only when she leaned in close enough to read the past, written into the body of a creature who had never once asked to be remembered. One scar in particular, thin, shallow, but unmistakable, ran just below the leather collar's edge, right across the faded imprint of the words Unit 14. Now blurred by time, like a memory someone tried to forget but never truly erased. That night, for the first time since the fire, the Hale household did not switch on the living room lights. The only illumination came from a small nightlight mounted to the hallway wall, just enough for the baby monitor to track each movement in a silent watch. Clara tucked Lyra into her crib, pulling the blanket gently up to her chin, then eased the door until it left only a narrow sliver of light between the child and the world. Valor lay just outside, in the exact spot he had chosen every night, as if that particular stretch of hallway was more than flooring, but a threshold between all that was fragile and all that stood to protect it. No cushion, no command, no spoken word. Just the quiet shadow of something resolute stretched along the edge of dreaming. Jonas checked the monitor one last time before heading to bed. On the screen, the faint greenish glow of Lyra's crib, the line of Valor's back, and the dark hallway stretching like a tunnel toward the kitchen. Now cleaned, reordered, but still tinged with the scent of soot. The kind of smell that lingers like a sigh no one dares release. Clara lay down beside him, but her eyes remained fixed on the small screen glowing dimly from the bedside table. She wasn't waiting for something to happen. She simply needed to see the quiet, the stillness, the peace held together by a pair of eyes that hadn't once closed. Outside, fog began its slow descent onto the yard once again. Tiny droplets landed on the newly replaced roof tiles, tapping gently like distant harp strings echoing from the far side of the window pane. Valor lifted his head slightly, listening, then laid it back on his front paws. His eyes, still open, stayed fixed on the gap in Lyra's door, where the soft blinking light of the monitor pulsed like a heartbeat. By morning, when the sun had finally begun to cut through the thin veil of mist draped over the distant treetops, Clara stepped down from the porch with a steaming cup of tea in hand, the soles of her worn slippers whispering across the dew-laced concrete. She already knew where to find him. She always did. In that exact spot, by Lyra's doorframe, like an anchor dropped into a world that otherwise drifted without map or compass. She approached quietly, laying her hand on the back of his neck, fingers brushing from ear to shoulder in the same soft arc she made every morning. But this time, her hand paused. Not because of a knot in the fur, but because her fingers met a groove. A shallow indentation, pressed into the skin just beneath the worn collar, where the leather had frayed and the flesh beneath had risen around it like a memory that refused to fully heal. She knelt down and gently unclasped the rusted buckle. Valor didn't resist. He tilted his head slightly to the side, not in obedience, but as if granting permission, offering her a piece of something he'd never tried to hide, only waited for someone patient enough to notice. Tucked into the lining beneath the collar was a slim metal tag, cold, scratched, industrial, the kind used for military or technical hardware, not for pets. Most of the engraving had worn thin, but one line was still legible beneath the layers of scuff. Unit 14. Deep strata seismic sensor. Clara sank slowly onto the porch steps, the sunlight catching on the surface of the tag and refracting into a thin silver glint, sharp and surgical, like a blade's edge tracing through the edges of her understanding. Her breath stilled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming realization that what she held in her hand was not just an object, but a fragment of something long buried. A missing piece that, though still unnamed, shifted the entire shape of how she had come to see Valor. She looked up. Valor was facing the forest, where the first golden shafts of light now filtered through the last strands of cloud. His ears were lowered, not from weariness, but because he was listening. Not to the chatter of birds or the movement of wind through pine needles, but to something deeper, something lower, something beneath the surface of things, the kind of sound a human would need to place their ear against the earth itself to even begin to detect, to know the difference between silence and signal. Clara stood, stepped inside the house, and picked up her phone. She typed the phrase, Unit 14, Seismic Sensory Canine into the search bar. The results were sparse, mostly outdated technical files, geological overlays, half-deleted PDFs from decommissioned project servers. But then she stopped, her gaze caught by a single fragment of a cached headline. V Project, Seismic Detection Dogs, Phase 1, Biologic Trials. She clicked. The page was broken, most of the content lost, but a paragraph remained. Unit 14 deployed 3 viable prototypes, of which only one displayed superior neurological response. Further expansion of the unit ceased following the Lone Spire mining incident. Subject recovered physically, but deemed unsuitable for further deployment due to altered biological behavior patterns. Clara looked again at the tag in her hand, then turned toward Valor lying by the window. The wind stirred the curtains, casting a faint beam of light across his back, right over the scar now fully visible. A question rose in her throat before she could silence it. Was it that you weren't afraid of the night? Or was it that you heard something we were never meant to hear? Jonas returned around noon, arms full of supplies, milk, a new smoke detector, and a set of replacement wires from the hardware store near the weather station. He set the bags on the kitchen counter, then froze when he saw the metal tag in Clara's hand. "Where did you find that?" he asked, his voice suddenly low, like a thread pulled taut. "Clipped to Valor's collar. You've never seen it before?" Jonas shook his head, took the tag, and lowered himself into the chair as if the memory behind it had just reached up and grabbed him by the shoulders. The silence between them thickened, interrupted only by the rhythmic tick of the wall clock in the kitchen. "When the collapse happened at Lone Spire," he began slowly, "they brought in a dog unlike any other. It didn't respond to verbal cues, didn't need handlers. It just stood still, and then began to dig at one precise point." He paused, looked at the tag again, looked toward the hallway where Valor remained. "I was there, and at the time I thought it was just a fluke, some trained reflex, instinct. But now, maybe it wasn't sound he heard. Maybe it was something else. Maybe he could feel the world shift before it ever moved, the kind of vibration you don't hear, you sense." And as he spoke, Clara felt it too. Not the vibration, but the weight of something larger than sound, deeper than memory, and far older than the fire that had almost taken them all. A knowing, a presence, a dog who never truly slept, because some part of him had never been allowed to forget. Clara lowered her gaze, placed the thin card gently into Jonas's palm, and spoke in a voice so soft it almost trembled. "Maybe Valor didn't save us because he heard something coming from the kitchen. Maybe he felt something shift beneath it." Jonas didn't reply. He simply stood, opened the door, and stepped out into the yard where Valor still lay, his body stretched in the noonday light like a sentinel carved into the earth. The dog turned his head slightly at Jonas's approach, but didn't rise. He merely tilted an ear, as if he'd already heard the question forming silently in Jonas's chest. "Do you still hear anything?" Jonas whispered, not expecting an answer, but still, somewhere deep within him, hoping for a sign, a twitch of the ear, a low whine, or even just the kind of look that stays longer than it should. Valor did not move. But the grass beneath him, under the soft weight of the sun, began to ripple in faint waves, not from wind, not from touch, but as if the ground itself was exhaling, breathing in time with a presence that only he could perceive. That night, Clara didn't go to sleep right after laying Lyra in her crib. She pulled the light blanket back over her daughter, left the nursery door slightly ajar to allow a sliver of hallway glow to filter in, then moved in silence to her desk, where the monitor screen flickered with the soft, steady pulse of a low-lit flame trapped behind glass. Her fingers slid across the timeline of the previous night's camera footage, rewinding the grainy tape from morning's first light back to the thick quiet of midnight. And then she stopped. Her back stiffened. The cold found her spine. Valor was standing. Not pacing, not circling, not even seated in his usual place. He stood motionless, like a monument etched from the stillness itself, his head slightly tilted, ears upright, eyes locked into the darkness beyond the camera's limited reach, as if he were watching something that had no shape and yet could not be ignored. The timestamp read 2:12 a.m. Clara zoomed in. Her hand trembled on the mouse as she saw that Valor's legs did not shift, not once, during nearly 7 minutes. The only movement was the faint swell of his breathing in his chest, and now and then, the tail, a slow twitch, then still again, as if his body were acting like a compass, trying to balance itself between instinct and unease. She continued scrolling. At 2:34, Valor began to move. But he didn't leave the hallway. He walked slowly, deliberately, toward the kitchen door, and stopped just at the edge of the frame, where the faint light from the night lamp failed to reach. He lowered his head, pressing his nose close to the floor, then lifted it again, eyes wide, and then, in the static blur of the screen, came the smallest shift of all. His mouth opened, and a low sound escaped. It was a whine, barely audible, almost lost to the limits of the microphone. But in the very next frame, as the camera cut to Lyra's nursery, the monitor light blinked, and the baby stirred, and then began to cry. Not a full-throated wail, not the demanding cry of hunger or cold, but something softer, a broken, hiccuping sob, like a sound that didn't come from within her, but through her, as if some unseen frequency had found its resonance in her chest. Clara paused the video. She leaned back slowly, one hand covering her mouth, not in fear and not in disbelief, but in the dawning recognition of a thread, something invisible yet undeniable, that now bound her daughter and the creature that lay each night by her door, a thread strong enough to make her heart beat off rhythm, skipping like a memory being remembered out of sequence. When Jonas came out of the bathroom and saw the glow still pulsing from the monitor, he didn't ask. He simply rested a hand on Clara's shoulder and followed her gaze. No explanation was needed. The footage had already said everything. And so they sat there, in the dim shimmer of that midnight vigil, watching again the image of a dog who never slept, and a child who always cried at the exact moment he dared to speak. The next morning, Clara tried again. She extracted the faint whine from the audio, isolated it, and replayed it through headphones. Then she approached Lyra's crib, placed the headphones just beside the railing, and turned the volume to a whisper, soft as wind. Lyra was asleep. But within 3 seconds of hearing the sound, her eyelids fluttered, her fingers twitched, and then she cried. Not loudly, not fully awake, just a fragmented sound, like a dream had been interrupted before it could finish telling itself. Clara bent over, gently patting her daughter's back. Valor entered the room without making a sound, and yet his presence was unmistakable. He walked straight to the crib, placed his chin softly on the wooden rail, and for the first time, Clara saw Lyra stop crying, not because of her touch, not because she had been calmed, but because of the soft, warm breath from the dog's nose brushing her cheek like a tether pulled taut between them. Clara didn't smile. She just sat there, in the morning light now bright enough to reveal every floating mote of dust in the air, and watched the two souls, one new to this world, one returned from the edge of another, communicate without words, without gestures, without needing to explain. Jonas stepped in, a warm cup of coffee in hand, his face still shadowed by the weight of a sleepless night. He placed the cup on the table, glanced toward his wife, then turned his eyes to Valor. "You may not speak," he said softly, "but everything you feel, she feels too." Valor didn't move. But behind him, the sunlight had begun to slip across the tile floor, drawing long, quiet lines like messages from the sky, as if the sun itself were whispering to those who kept the night watch that, for now, their shift could rest. That afternoon, Clara reached for her notebook, the same one she'd always used for grocery lists, recipes, Lyra's vaccination schedule, and wrote a single line in light blue ink. Third consecutive night. Valor faced the kitchen. 2:12 a.m. Lyra cried after the second wine. She wrote nothing more, not because there was nothing left to say, but because some truths are not meant to be written. They are meant to be observed, just as Valor always did, with unblinking eyes and a breath as steady as the ground beneath his paws. Outside, the wind curled once more through the pine trees, bending the branches gently toward the house, as if whispering something not meant for human ears. And there, in the hallway of a home quietly held together each night by senses no one could define, stood a dog, again, watching the direction no one else thought to watch, where all the sounds had gone to sleep, save one, that was just beginning to wake. That morning, while Clara still drifted in the soft shallows of sleep with Lyra curled close to her chest, the air in their room quiet and no longer thick with ash, Jonas had already slipped out into the pale mist before dawn. He drove the narrow dirt road curling up toward Weather Station E17, a modest outpost perched atop a wooded slope, its edges wrapped in thick bands of pine that spread like an untouched blanket over a ridge that hadn't known disturbance in decades. The station had become a part-time post for Jonas, something between a job and a sanctuary, on days he didn't report to the research facility. As he stepped inside, he immediately sensed something off. Not the temperature, not the humidity, but that elusive shift in atmosphere that presses against the skin like breath, lingering in a room long after its owner has left. He flipped on the light, pulled back the curtains. Dust floated through the sunlight like ash suspended mid-fall, dancing across old filing crates, metal drawers with faded labels, and a desk left untouched. Papers still neatly aligned, as though someone had merely stepped out for a moment and never returned. Jonas hadn't come to search for anything in particular, but when he opened the third drawer, the bottom right, something inside gave way. A bundle of papers wrapped in aging silver cloth tilted sideways, spilling just enough to expose the corner of a brown notebook. Its cover bore handwritten ink in a shade of blue now faded, almost to gray. Personal notes, Station E17, Subterranean Infrastructure, Technician, Raymond Doss. Jonas sat down, opened it. The first pages were dense with schematics, measurements, temperature logs, sensor calibration notes. But by page 12, the handwriting shifted, more slanted, hurried, with red ink circling one specific entry. Winter 2001. Elderglen area registered 4 anomalous vibrations over 16 consecutive days, not strong enough to trigger alerts. Oddest part, the southern sediment layer near the old mill junction showed almost no bounce back, as if something soft beneath was absorbing the shock. Seismic sensors unable to triangulate epicenter. I'm not convinced this is a natural occurrence. Jonas narrowed his eyes. He knew that place, just beyond the old quarry, shuttered nearly 20 years ago. He flipped further. The writing grew more frantic, the lines tighter, as if Raymond had begun writing faster than he could think. One night I heard a sound, a groan. Not mechanical, not animal. Always the same time. 2:12 a.m. I stopped documenting after that, because I resigned. But if you're reading this, check the sediment again. There's something beneath. I don't know what. But it moves, and I believe something down there still listens back. Jonas froze. A chill brushed down his back, not cold, but the phantom sensation of being watched by something silent, vast, and far older than language. He rose, stepped outside to breathe again. From the station's wooden deck, he looked down toward Elderglen. The sun had risen high now, casting molten gold across the rooftops like spilled paint, but in the wash of morning brilliance, there was a darker patch, where the edge of the abandoned district met the southern border of town, right where the technician had drawn his red circles. Jonas pulled out his phone, scanned through last night's security footage, fast-forwarded, slowed, stopped at exactly 2:12 a.m. And there it was. Valor, still as stone, standing just outside the kitchen, head tilted ever so slightly, not toward a noise, but toward a silence too deep to name. The infrared glow painted his form in cold light, but what struck Jonas wasn't the posture, it was the eyes. Those weren't the eyes of a dog waiting. They were the eyes of something listening. He paused the footage, stared at that frozen frame for several seconds before driving home. By the time he returned, the sun had dropped behind the tree line, and soft evening light stretched long shadows across the porch where Clara sat, reading, her legs curled beneath her, a book forgotten on her lap. Lyra slept nearby, cradled in a small bassinet woven with fleece, her breath steady, her fingers twitching softly with dreams. Valor lay as always beside the steps, motionless, but the twitch of his ears as Jonas approached was enough to say, "I heard you long before I saw you." Jonas sat down beside his wife, pulled the notebook from inside his coat, and handed it to her. "You'll want to read this," he murmured. She looked down. "What is it?" "A logbook, from the technician before me. He worked at the station. Said he heard something beneath the earth, back in winter. It's on Ilnion." Clara said nothing at first, but as she reached the circled paragraph, her fingers tightened around the edge of the paper. 2:12? She whispered. "Exactly. Same time Valor gets up. Every night." Their eyes met. No more words were needed, because the silence between them wasn't empty. It throbbed with weight, with data, with instincts that had now begun to map into something frighteningly real, something present. Clara reached down to stroke Valor's back. Her hand settled against the place where the scar had once hidden the tag. Valor turned his head, not slowly, not quickly, just deliberately. His gaze swept past the smoke-smudged kitchen doorway, then locked onto hers. And what she saw in those eyes was not a plea. It was a warning. Later, As night crept over the roof in low blue drapes and wind threaded itself through the gutters, Jonas stepped inside. He placed the logbook on the table beside the monitor, then caught a glimpse of his reflection in the dark glass. A man with a daughter, a wife, and a home, all resting above ground that once roared without a name. And tonight, perhaps, might bring another dream, one that did not belong to humans, but had chosen one to listen in their place. At first light, before the sun could rise high enough to pierce the forest's crown, a small utility truck bearing the insignia of the regional power company pulled into the Hale driveway. A man named Russ climbed out, a technician with hands like tree roots, voice like gravel, and eyes that gleamed with a sharpness not dulled by age. He brought with him a case so heavy it needed both arms to carry, packed tight with thermal scanners, voltage meters, and electromagnetic field sensors. Tools built not to find sound, but to measure what lives beneath it. Jonas led the man along the side of the house, past the kitchen where the fire had first sparked from the corner near the outlet, connected to the underfloor heating system. Russ said little, his silence not empty, but focused, and with the practiced precision of someone who had stood too many times in the aftermath of something already lost, he set to work. Unscrewing the outlet cover, shining his flashlight deep into the wiring, attaching probes, switching on the resistance meter, and listening intently to the soft clicking that echoed with the eerie regularity of a heartbeat trapped behind bricks. A pulse belonging not to a man, but to something else buried inside the walls. Jonas stood behind him, wordless, his eyes tracing every movement with a quiet intensity that bordered on vigil. More than an hour passed, Russ checking conduit pathways, the wiring lines that ran from the heater to the breaker panel, before he finally lifted his head and scratched the sweat-damp strands of silver clinging to his forehead. "The wiring's intact," he said at last. "Insulation's untouched. No signs of a short circuit." "You're sure?" Jonas asked, even though the answer had already been written across the man's lined face. Russ nodded, then added, more to himself than anyone else, with a slow, measured doubt that hung like mist in the air between them. "The burn pattern doesn't follow the wiring. It looks like it ignited from the outside, low, near the floor, like something started it from underneath, not inside the wall." From the doorway, Clara stood holding Lyra, her arms wrapped tightly around the sleeping child as her eyes stayed fixed on the two men standing in the kitchen, now scrubbed clean, but still bearing faint, dark stains like whispers etched into tile. She said nothing. She didn't step forward. But her fingers curled just slightly around her daughter when her gaze landed on the area near the mouth of the heater, where the tile had once loosened and where Valor always stood at night, staring, unmoving. After Russ left, Jonas pulled over the low wooden stool, dropped to his knees, and began lifting the tiles at the base of the old fireplace. The smell of damp ash rose immediately, mixing with the acrid tang of scorched timber, and beneath the final layer of tile, where no one had thought to look, was a narrow gap leading into the space between two planks of floor. He leaned close, flashlight in hand, and the moment the beam touched the void, a chill pierced down the back of his neck, sharp and cold as if the darkness itself had teeth. There were bite marks, tiny, sharp, closely spaced, chewed into the rubber-coated gas line that fed the heating system. Not once, but in multiple places, as though something had lived there for some time, quietly and persistently gnawing its way toward consequence. Jonas didn't touch the wire. He stayed frozen, anchored not by fear, but by the weight of something unspeakable in that cramped void, then slowly pulled out his phone, snapped a photo and sent it to Clara with only 4 words. "Not a short, something chewed." A few minutes later, Clara entered, placing the still sleeping Lyra gently on the long bench. She knelt beside Jonas and stared into the gap beneath the floorboards, Her voice, when it came, was barely above a whisper, as if she were not speaking to Jonas, but aloud to the room itself. Then, what was here before we were? Valor appeared at that exact moment. He stood in the kitchen doorway, not barking, not pacing, just walking forward until he reached the very spot where Jonas knelt, and sitting down with a certainty that didn't need explanation, as though he'd always known every clue would lead here. Jonas looked into Valor's eyes, and for the first time, he saw something more than vigilance, more than watchfulness. He saw waiting. A quiet, ancient kind of waiting, as though the dog knew what they had never dared name. That something had been here, had moved through the cracks, had lived between wood and soil, and had crossed the narrowest threshold between heat and life. Clara sat down beside them, pulling back the folded rug along the baseboard and retrieving a small wooden tray where they kept their house repair tools. Jonas took a sample syringe, inserted the thin tube into the gap, and uncapped the air collection vial. The moment he broke the seal to examine it, a strong, bitter stench rushed out. Not the chemical burn of electricity, but the rancid smell of animal grease, mixed with damp wood and something acrid, like the scorched husks of insects turned to ash. Jonas gripped the vial tightly. He looked at Clara and murmured, "It wasn't fire from the grid. It was something alive. Something that chewed, felt the heat, and disappeared like it was never meant to be found." Clara didn't lift her eyes from the floor. Her hand rested gently on Valor's head, and she felt his heartbeat. Slow, steady, pulsing with a rhythm that didn't feel man-made, but ancient, like a signal rising from the ground beneath their feet. And in that rhythm there was a sense that Valor held a memory humans lacked the senses to read. And the only thing he could do was remain, night after night, in that place, until someone was finally willing to kneel and listen. Jonas slid the glass vial into his coat pocket, picked up the flashlight, and aimed it again into the crevice. And this time, in the farthest shadows beneath the plank, he saw a single strand of hair. Gray-brown, short, coarse, and slightly curled like that of a large rodent. No carcass, no blood, just the hair and the bite marks. And at that very moment, as Jonas withdrew his hand, the wind outside the window stilled. A deep hush settled over everything, as though the ground itself had paused to hold its breath. Clara turned toward Valor. He hadn't moved, but his tail now tapped against the floor, softly, rhythmically, not quick, not panicked, but like a count. 1, 2, and then it stopped. In that pause, the floor beneath them dipped, not from weight, not from steps, but from something else. Something that had just passed through. Jonas looked up. The flashlight beam in his hand tilted, casting a long, distorted shadow of Valor that climbed the kitchen wall and spilled across the ceiling. The room had gone silent, not the silence of peace, but of expectancy. No clangs, no creaks, not even the wind through the chimney, just that invisible pressure of something unseen holding its breath along with the three beings who now inhabited the room. That night, Clara didn't sleep. After Lyra drank her milk and drifted quickly into dreams, her breathing soft and warm like a familiar song hummed just beneath the skin, Clara remained restless, not from fear, but from the sense that the stillness surrounding her was not an ending, but a retreat. Not calm, but the held tension of a wave still pulling back, waiting for its return. She lay on her side, one arm resting lightly across the bed frame, eyes fixed on the camera monitor blinking silently beside her. It was 2:07 a.m. Valor had not yet appeared in the frame. The hallway was empty. Nothing moved. No sound, no shadow. Just the hush of a house that had learned how to breathe without waking anything it could not explain. But 4 minutes later, the camera shifted. Its angle caught a sudden blur, a shape darting across the frame. Fast, sharpened by urgency. It wasn't a patrol, it was a pursuit. Clara sat up straight. She didn't call for Jonas. She moved alone, each step deliberate and silent, as if afraid that the sound of her own movement might interfere with the precision of something, or someone, operating on a frequency far older and quieter than she could ever match. At the top of the stairs, she heard it, a low growl, not a bark, not a warning. It came like gravel drawn through clenched teeth, a sound born of instinct waking from sleep. Clara descended carefully. The kitchen lights were off. But the moon that night poured through the window with an eerie, unseasonable clarity, illuminating every table leg and wall beam with ghostly precision, stretching shadows across the tiled floor like charcoal sketches come to life. And in the far corner, near the heater, Valor stood rigid, his stance low, his neck bowed, tail raised in a horizontal line. His whole body vibrated with tension, like a bow pulled so tight it sang with potential. Then, from beneath the cabinet's baseboard came a sound, barely audible, a drag, then snap, a dry, surgical pop. Valor lunged. Clara gasped, not from fear, but from the sheer velocity of the leap, so fast it seemed like watching flame leap across the air. A tiny blur burst from beneath the cabinet, then another, and another. Mice. 3 of them. Gray as ash, each the size of a child's palm, erupting into chaos like a wave crashing through silence. They scattered across the floor, vanishing into cracks, seams, under appliances, moving not like animals but like scouts tracing paths they already knew. Only one had caused the snap. And Valor, with a sideways leap that cut the kitchen in half, landed directly in front of it. He didn't bite, he didn't strike, he pinned it, crouched low, fangs bared but unclosed, eyes locked on the trembling creature not with rage, but interrogation. "Why did you cut that wire?" Clara stepped closer. She turned on her phone's flashlight and swept the beam across the floor. There, just inches from her feet, the thermal sensor wire feeding into the base of the heater lay cleanly severed, snapped so precisely that the copper inside still glinted like a wound that hadn't bled yet. She reached out and touched the heater's frame. A faint, acrid warmth rose toward her face, the smell of metal approaching critical heat. If Valor hadn't warned her, if that low growl hadn't pulled her from sleep at the exact minute his instincts always stirred, then the pressure valve beneath, the one still holding remnants of gas from the fire that hadn't been fully cleared, might have triggered the chain no one was ready for. Valor remained motionless, paw braced firm against the tile, holding the mouse as if pinning a lie mid-breath. "I heard you, long before you even began to gnaw." Clara pulled on the utility gloves hanging by the corner hook, scooped the rodent into a plastic container, sealed it tight with tape. She didn't plan to kill it, but she needed to understand. Why now? Why the kitchen? Why here? As if something was calling them up from below. When she turned back, Valor had sat down. His ears drooped slightly. Moonlight now streamed through the tall rear windows, creating a wide, pale pool on the floor around him. And in that light, Clara noticed the ridge of fur rising along his spine. Not with anger, but like a signal returning home from a faraway frequency. She walked to him, sat beside him, wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head against his shoulder. He didn't move. He inhaled. Slow. Deep. Then exhaled. Long and steady, like wind slipping under a door before anyone knows the storm has begun. By the time the sun began to crest above the trees at the back edge of the Hale house, Jonas was already at the desk. The computer screen glowed dimly, the post window open, the cursor blinking like it was holding its breath. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, torn between writing like a technician or a father who now owed everything to something he couldn't fully explain. In the end, he chose neither. He typed, "I have a dog who doesn't sleep. He saved my daughter from a fire none of us smelled. He doesn't bark without reason. He doesn't growl for show. And when he does make a sound, I swear the floor begins to shift." He attached the video clip from last night's feed. The moment Valor stood in front of the heater, eyes fixed on the wall that had once burned. And in the background, the faint rustle of Lyra waking, her soft cry as if stirred by the same frequency that only she and the dog shared. He posted it to the Elder Glen Community Board, a humble digital space where people usually traded pumpkin soup recipes, flu shot schedules, and first snow porch photos. No one expected the post to gather attention, but within 3 hours, nearly 40 replies had appeared. Most were kind, encouraging. "You've got a special dog. Some angels come with paws." But one comment stopped Jonas cold. No photo, no name, just a simple line. "This dog looks like the one that pulled me from the dark. I need to see him again." The account was named Pioneer 113. No profile picture, no post history. Jonas hesitated, then replied with a message just as plain. "We live at 19 Oak Hollow Road, southern edge of town. If you've met him before, you're welcome here." That evening, as the light drained from the backyard and wind swept in carrying the sharp scent of pine resin and old soil, a figure appeared at the end of the path. Slow, steady. A man with a graying beard and a stiff gait, leaning slightly on a weathered walking stick. He wore a faded cap, a thick wool coat dulled by years, and boots that hit the pavement like the ticking of a clock counting down the steps to something long buried, but not yet finished. Clara was the one who opened the door. Lyra was asleep. Valor lay quietly on the front porch, eyes half-lidded but ears still subtly attuned to each movement of the wind that wove through the wooden beams and curled under the eaves. But the moment the old man's shadow crossed the gate, Valor rose, not with a growl, not with suspicion, but with the slow, deliberate stillness of someone who had known, perhaps from a long-ago place beyond memory, that this meeting had been waiting to happen for a very long time. The old man nodded to Clara, his voice deep and rough, carrying the rasp of wind slicing through winter trees. "I'm not here to intrude. I just need to see him for a moment, if that's all right." Clara nodded. She didn't ask who he was, nor why he had come, because something in the weight of the man's posture told her that the story behind him would find its own way into the air when the moment was right, without needing to be summoned. He stepped slowly toward Valor, stopping about 3 paces away. Neither of them moved. They only looked at one another, their gazes locked in a silence so profound it felt as if time itself had been suspended, unhooked from its usual flow, hanging like mist in a moment stretched longer than it should have lasted. Then the old man spoke. Not to anyone in particular, not as memory, and not as confession, but as if calling back some fragment of himself that had been left behind. "I used to work at the Lone Spire mine. The last year before they shut it down, there was a collapse, sudden. We were trapped in Shaft 39 for almost 40 hours. Dark, thin air. One of the men passed out. No one thought we'd get out." He paused. His fingers tightened slightly around the head of his cane, as if he were afraid that the memory might slip if he didn't anchor it in place. And then, the dog came. No one saw where it came from. No lights, no calls, no leash. Just those eyes glowing in the dark. It didn't bark. It didn't make a sound. Just pressed its nose to my shoulder. And turned. I followed. We all followed. and somehow it brought us back, to the same tunnel we thought we'd lost forever." Clara said nothing. Her breath was shallow, and beside her, Valor did not move, not a muscle, not a breath out of place, as if every word the old man spoke had merely reawakened a record already etched deep into his marrow, waiting all these years for the right voice to press play. "I never remembered its face, only the eyes," the man whispered. "The eyes of something that didn't need a name, didn't need praise, just needed to know that someone had lived." He bent forward then, slowly, and touched Valor. Just once, gently, reverently, as though laying his hand upon the bark of a tree that had once stood between a man and a winter that meant to take him. Then he turned to Clara, placed something small into her hand. A triangular metal badge, corroded with time, etched with the faint words, "Emergency Response Unit, Lone Spire 2003. Clara stared at it for a long while, and when she finally looked up again, the old man had already turned away, walking slowly back toward the gate, his steps folding into the lengthening lines of sunset that stretched behind him like a road that had always been there, waiting for his return. Valor remained where he stood, his eyes following the man until the gray coat disappeared beyond the fence. And only then did he blink. The next morning, while the mist still hung like silken threads across the pine canopy at the edge of town, Jonas drove alone. He didn't wake Clara, didn't explain, didn't leave a full story. Just a folded scrap of paper on the kitchen table with 5 handwritten words. "Going to find Valor's past. Don't worry. Back before dark." He drove along roads most people no longer remembered, roads where the lines had faded to ghost tracks, and the highway signs had been worn so thin by time that the letters were nothing more than the shadows of things that used to mean something. The Lone Spire Emergency Response Base, or what remained of it, was buried deep in the western hills beyond Elderglen, where GPS went blind and satellite maps displayed nothing but gray, unnamed land. Jonas parked at the last point the tires could still touch pavement. The rest he walked. Through wet brush, across broken fences of rusted iron, until he reached a sunken field where fractured concrete walls slanted into the earth like the ribs of something once alive, now exposed by a landslide too old to date. The facility no longer resembled a place built for purpose. Every window shattered, the roof collapsed in segments, and the front entrance had been pierced through by branches grown over decades, as if nature had quietly reclaimed what was never meant to remain standing. Jonas swept his flashlight across the ruins. Dust and mold pressed in from all sides. On the walls, the remnants of stenciled warnings bled through in faint letters. Zone 3, sensory personnel only. He moved slowly down the fractured hallway. At a sharp bend where the corridor once led into the lower levels, a collapsed section of wall lay in rubble, and there, half buried in soil and shattered brick, he found it. A mark, not large, but unmistakable. 3 long, deep claw marks raked into the concrete, slicing through the surface with such force that the hardened outer layer had cracked and crumbled. Not earthquake damage, not wear. This had been a deliberate act of digging, of reaching in, or trying to pull someone out. Jonas crouched beside it. Next to the gouges lay a rusted, half-upturned sign, the text nearly illegible. He brushed the grime away with the sleeve of his jacket, and a partial phrase emerged. "Deep zone, emergency coordination." Just then, a sharp gust of wind surged down the broken corridor, spiraling through like a cry, lifting a curled scrap of paper from somewhere unseen and dropping it at his feet. Jonas picked it up. An old personnel report, creased, water-damaged, but the final line was still readable. Body of Coordination Officer recovered. Name, Graydon L. Moss, located in Sub-Level 2, identified via K914 tracking path. K9 to 14. Jonas didn't move. His breath slowed. The silence around him deepened, not empty but heavy, filled with the density of something long buried, the kind of silence that doesn't fade with time but thickens until it becomes a second skin. Beneath the dust, beneath the breath of wind passing through the open wounds in the wall, a story never told had lain dormant for nearly 20 years. And now he was touching it, not through speculation, not through whispered memory, but through claw marks gouged into concrete and a silence that had never, not once, been broken. He bowed his head and placed his hand over the scratch, his 3 fingers aligning perfectly with the span of a large canine's claws. The wall felt cold to the touch. But right there, in that exact place, there was a lingering warmth, so faint it could be mistaken for nothing, yet unmistakable once felt. As though something had once lived here, once tried, once called out, and once answered in the only language it had ever known. Jonas didn't speak aloud, but deep inside, a knowing rose that no longer needed confirmation. Valor wasn't just a ghost from the past. He was the last survivor who remembered, the lone witness who had never once retreated, the sentinel who needed no summons to know exactly where the threshold stood between harm and safety. He stood, eyes lifting toward the patch of sky framed by a broken roof beam, where daylight filtered down across the fractured wall in a slant so precise it painted the illusion of a doorway. No figure waited in that frame. No voice called from the other side. There was only wind. But the wind wasn't cold. It carried the scent of scorched stone, of timber too long silenced, of the breath of a room whose lights had once been extinguished but now flickered again, slowly, cautiously, as though reopening just enough for someone to step back through. Jonas took a photo of the scratch, of the tag, of the last page in the file, then turned toward the old exit. At the threshold, he paused once more and looked back at the collapsed wall, murmuring to no one, and yet to something that had never truly left. You didn't leave anyone behind, and now we won't let your story be buried in dust. The afternoon sun poured down onto the grass, thick and golden with the mellow warmth of early winter, a light so soft it felt like memory, like the earth itself was tipping its head in reverence toward a gatekeeper without rank, without badge, without headstone, who had once clawed through blood and ruin just to remind humanity that between the dark and the living, there must always be a creature willing to hear what no one else dares to notice. The small silver USB rested in Jonas's palm like a weightless thing, and yet inside it lived something heavier than any mechanical mass, the last remaining seismic data set from the Lone Spire mine explosion of 2003. A copy handed to him by a reclusive technician named Bramley, who had since retreated to the eastern edge of town and no longer spoke unless the moment truly called for it. Bramley hadn't asked why Jonas came. He hadn't hidden anything either. Just said one sentence. Something once moved beneath the ground. The machines could hear it, but only a few living things ever understood what it meant. When Jonas returned home, Clara was feeding Lyra, her arms cradling the infant as sunlight spilled across the hardwood floor. Valor lay beneath the table, eyes half shut in what seemed like sleep, though his ears remained lifted, catching shifts in air the way some creatures follow ripples in water. Jonas knelt beside him, placed a hand on the dog's head without a word, then rose and ascended to his workspace. He slid the USB into the computer. The file he played was labeled Pre-Collapse Log 47.wave. 3 minutes of what, to most, would sound like silence. Faint static, irregular hisses, then, without warning, a set of overlapping waves, each like the rhythmic tapping of fingers against cold glass. Jonas closed his eyes, pressed the headphones tighter. At exactly minute 2, second 8, it arrived. Not a sound, but a pulse. A low-frequency growl, barely audible, deep enough to blend into the bones of the room, lasting just under 3 seconds. It vanished. Then came again. 11 seconds in, another burst, then another. 3 pulses, spaced precisely 7 seconds apart. Not chaos, not accident. A signal. A code. Jonas opened the door and called for Clara. She entered, Lyra asleep in her arms. He handed her the headphones and rewound the file. When the sounds played again, Clara's face tensed, her lips drawn tight. "That sound," she began. "That's the noise Valor made. The first night, after the fire. It wasn't loud, not sharp, but I remember." He growled, paused, growled again. 3 times. Jonas nodded. He fed the audio data into the simulation software from the weather station. A waveform appeared. 3 clean spikes. Uniform. No surrounding noise. It was a signature. He typed a new command, overlapping the waveforms from Valor's nightly vocalizations with the historical seismic resonance from the Lone Spire collapse. They aligned, not close, not comparable. Identical, matched to the cycle, the length, the rhythm. Jonas pushed back from the desk, his fingers gripping the edge, heartbeat hammering like a miner's pick against the walls of something he had only just begun to dig through. Valor hadn't been reacting on instinct. He had been repeating, recalling, transmitting. He wasn't remembering through thought. He was relaying through body, like a living sensor that had once stored the echo of a forgotten scream and now sent it back across the floorboards of a quiet home. Clara laid Lyra in the bassinet, then stepped back to Jonas's side. He projected the waveform onto the wall. The graph glowed faintly. 3 red peaks. No noise between, like claw marks etched into the heart of the earth. "If he's repeating it," Clara whispered, "then maybe, whatever it was, is coming back." They looked at each other, not in fear, but in recognition. And in the hall outside the office, Valor had risen, his ears lifted, his eyes widened. And from deep in his throat came the sound once more, not loud, not wild, but measured, low, steady, like steel knocking on stone far below the roots of the world. 1, 2, 3. And on Jonas's desk, the laptop clock ticked to 2:08 a.m. He didn't turn toward Valor, didn't reach for the light. Instead, he pulled the wooden chair quietly beneath him and sat by the open window, where the breath of night moved like fog, carrying the scent of wet earth, of early grass, and that familiar trace that had clung to their lives ever since Valor had come home. The scent of damp fur mingled with something much older, like stone dreaming in the dark. He reached for his notebook, flipped back through the pages, and near the margin of a page stained by a coffee spill, he found the line he had written months ago, in rushed and slightly slanted script. Valor reacted strangely to the kitchen charger sparking, though there was no actual malfunction. He underlined the line of text, slowly, as if grounding a thought that had not yet fully arrived, then lifted his eyes towards the hallway, where the dim light spilling from the night lamp cast part of Valor's silhouette, the dog standing at an angle, unmoving, his gaze fixed steadily on the staircase, as if watching not for movement, but for timing. Clara woke just before 5 a.m., the sky outside still clinging to darkness. She walked softly to the kitchen, didn't turn on the light, made herself a cup of warm tea, and stood by the window, looking out at the dew-glazed lawn where the last threads of night shimmered faintly across the blades of grass. When Jonas entered the room, she didn't turn to face him. She only spoke, quietly, just loud enough for her voice to meet him in the space between. "I've been thinking about the charger that day. I think I plugged it into the wrong outlet, the one without the surge guard installed." "Yeah," Jonas replied, sitting down, hands wrapped around the still warm mug of coffee he hadn't yet tasted. "Valor pulled my arm back," she added. "Not like he was playing. It was like he was stopping me." They both remembered the moment, how he had growled, not sharply but deep and low, taken a step back, and then laid his paw directly over Clara's wrist just as she was about to plug the cord in. At the time, they'd dismissed it, chalked it up to reflex or overreaction. Now, neither of them was so sure. Clara folded herself onto the chair, arms wrapping lightly around her knees, her voice lowering into something more reflective as her eyes drifted to the baby monitor resting quietly on the kitchen counter. "And the night Lyra had that fever, 2 a.m, it was Valor who knocked on our door." Jonas froze mid-movement. He remembered that night. There had been no cries from the nursery, no alerts, no signs. Just 3 gentle knocks, spaced evenly, spaced intentionally, against their doorframe. Clara had been the one who woke first. She ran to Lyra's room and found their daughter's cheeks flushed, her forehead burning. They had reached the hospital just in time. Jonas opened his laptop, typed in the search string. "Guarding behavior, non-routine, unprompted, during emergencies." The home surveillance system lit up with a scatter of markers, moments when Valor had left his bed in the middle of the night, moments that had passed unnoticed, unrecorded in memory, but now appeared as data points. Moments that repeated, soft whines, low growls, gentle scratching at the floorboards, all clustered within the narrow window between 2:06 and 2:09 a.m. Not once, more than 8 times, across 6 months. He opened each clip, fast-forwarded, rewound, and in one of the last, Clara appeared on screen, holding Lyra in her arms, walking with unsteady steps into the kitchen, placing her gently on the bench before reaching for the fever medicine. And behind her, in the doorway, Valor stood. Still, quiet, unmoving, as though he knew that moment was the edge of something, and that his presence was the line that kept it from crossing. Clara stepped beside him, placed her hand gently on Jonas's shoulder. "I don't think he's just reacting to sound," she said. Maybe he remembers things before they happen. Like time doesn't move the same for him as it does for us. Like a melody, where he already knows when the crescendo comes." Jonas looked up at her, and his eyes held something that trembled between belief and fear. If that's true, then the fire, it was only one part of it. Clara nodded, her eyes still fixed on the screen, and in that moment the wind chime on the porch rang out. 3 notes, soft and evenly spaced, like the breathing of the ground beneath them. Both turned towards the hallway. Valor was sitting upright, his posture straight and purposeful. His head tilted slightly towards the front door. Ears pricked, tail touching the ground, but still. And as if every fiber of the house had learned to listen to the rhythm of his breath, the air itself seemed to still for one suspended moment, long enough to feel the silence shift. That morning the sky hung low and gray, streaked like diluted milk in a teacup stirred without direction. Clara decided not to send Lyra to preschool, not only because of the faint cough that had lingered from the night before, but because some part of her, deeper than logic, guided by something old and unnamed, told her that the child needed to stay inside the circle of this space, this home that was still being watched over by ears that never stopped listening. She set out crayons, sketch paper, and wax pastels on the wooden table near the window. Lyra climbed onto the chair, legs swinging above the floor, her hair falling into her eyes, her little fingers rotating each crayon slowly, carefully, as if trying to pick one already drawn from within her mind. No one had taught Lyra to tell stories through pictures. Jonas had tried drawing with her once, but she'd always abandoned the paper midway. But this morning she stayed, steady, coloring in slow, circular strokes, an uneven yet strangely consistent red-orange ring, and at the center, a smaller white circle with 2 lines extending outward. A dog, holding in its mouth a blanket wrapped around a sleeping child. Clara came closer. She didn't exhale too strongly, afraid the memory would scatter. Lyra was using black to outline the dog, not to darken it, but to define it, to mark it as the last thing standing between her and something that wanted to spread from every direction. "What are you drawing, sweetheart?" Clara asked softly, her hand resting lightly on the back of the chair. Lyra didn't look up. She kept drawing. But her lips moved and the words came out in a whisper, almost too faint to catch. "There was fire around me, but he pulled me out. He didn't let the fire touch me." Clara's fingers tightened on the chair's edge. No one had told Lyra what happened the night of the fire. She had been too young to remember. They had never spoken of it in her presence. No photos, no descriptions, no words that might have brought the scene back. And yet in the drawing, the red circle flickered with the tremble of real flame. And in its center, Valor, unmistakably, was pulling her out by the edge of a blanket. "Who told you about that?" Clara asked, her voice steady, her breath slow. This time Lyra looked up. Her eyes were clear. Not scared, not excited. Just still, like someone who had been entrusted with a story and knew, with the quiet certainty of childhood, that her task was only to remember it. "I dreamed it. But it wasn't like a dream. It was very clear. Every time he sleeps outside my door, I see it again. And when I wake up, I feel safe. Very safe." Clara bent down and wrapped her arms gently around her daughter. And in that quiet embrace, she touched something more elusive than words, something that shimmered just beneath the lines of paper and ink, a sense that perhaps memory didn't always need to be spoken aloud, that some dreams passed between souls not through sound, but through presence. Silent and deep as the bedrock from which the first warnings had once echoed, Lyra nestled her head against her mother's shoulder, still clutching a black crayon, not one she used to draw darkness, but to shape the outline of a figure that always stood between her and it. Valor remained just a few steps away, lying still with his head resting on his front paws, eyes half closed, ears still trained toward the hallway. Yet there was something in the way he lay, not slack, not surrendered, that made Jonas, watching from behind them, understand in that instant that the drawing Lyra held wasn't merely a child's recollection of a moment. It was a symbol, a marker of time, frozen in the subconscious, waiting patiently for the precise hour when it would be understood. That afternoon, Clara didn't step into the garden like she usually did. Instead, she sat before a small desk tucked beside the upstairs window, where the last light of day often slid across her shoulder and left a warm stripe of gold on the paper in front of her. Lyra was napping. Jonas had gone to check the heating system. Valor remained at the foot of the stairs, in the exact place he had chosen on his very first day in their home, as though from the beginning he had already known where the threshold must be guarded. In front of Clara was a blank sheet. The tip of her pen had not yet touched it, but the warmth rising in her fingertips suggested that whatever thoughts would emerge had already begun forming. Not in language, but in the slow, quiet breath of a mother, a wife, and a woman who had once sat on the thin edge between life and what lay just beyond it, only to realize that some truths are best received in silence. She wrote, "To the unit once tasked with training and retiring K914, current name, Valor, My name is Clara Jensen. I live in Elderglen, mother to a 3-year-old girl named Lyra, and the woman who now sleeps in a house that is kept whole each night by a being who does not sleep, and who hears things from depths far beyond the reach of any science we claim to understand. This letter is not a request for acknowledgement, nor is it a plea for assistance or a petition to clarify some piece of history already buried in old files. I write to say thank you. Thank you for sending to my family, not a dog, but a soul who has refused to rest because no one else has yet learned how to listen. She paused, drew in a long breath. Outside, the wind moved through the pine canopy, scattering light in flickering waves across the wall, like time nodding its quiet approval at the words she was about to add. Valor does not bark without cause. He does not react as other dogs do. He growls when the ground stirs. He refuses to lie down when the pulse beneath the earth reaches the edge of our walls. And every time he makes a sound, even if it is small, something happens. A delay of even minutes, and a life could be lost. We know this not because our machines told us, but because we saw it with our own eyes. I used to wonder whether he was simply traumatized, haunted by the past he carried from his unit. But the more we live together, the more I understand. Valor is not carrying trauma. He is carrying a task that was never completed. And until someone finds the courage to hear what has no frequency, he will not close his eyes. Clara set the pen down, crossed the room, and pulled a pre-addressed envelope from the shelf. It read, Archives Number 4, K9 Training Division, Zone 14, North Hill. She returned to the desk, slipped the letter inside, sealed it, and on the bottom corner wrote one final line. I do not need a reply. I only need them to know. He is still keeping watch. Descending the stairs, she passed Valor. He didn't turn, didn't shift. His gaze remained fixed on the hallway, but when she laid a hand lightly on his head, he lowered his ears, just for a moment, then raised them again. A signal of thanks, perhaps, or a quiet refusal to be praised, because for him, gratitude was unnecessary, medals too late, and simply being here, to listen, was already enough. Clara stepped outside. The early winter breeze brushed over the lawn, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and soil and sunlight barely warming the edge of the afternoon. In her hand, the envelope felt warmer now, as though the sunlight had reached inside it. She slid it into the red mailbox at the end of the porch. The iron flap creaked. A soft, final sound, like confirmation that what had been spoken from the heart would find its way to where it belonged. When she came back inside, Lyra was awake. The child sat at the foot of the stairs, leaning gently against Valor, holding a new piece of paper in her hand. Still using crayon, still sketching those same radiant red-orange rings. But this time, in the corner of the page, there was a small silver star. She said nothing. But the light in her eyes, bright, still, and full of faith, mirrored exactly the look Valor wore each night beneath the moon. And beyond the window glass, the wind moved through the branches, not with a howl, not in haste, but with the soft precision of something rereading a letter just sent. Not to verify, but to stand guard. Because there are some truths, once spoken with sincerity, that never vanish, so long as one soul is willing to wait, and another remains awake to keep it. Jonas left Elderglen the following morning, his pack light on his back, his hesitation tucked beneath the tint of his sunglasses. Lyra waved from the second-story window, her smile wide, but her little legs swinging fast, as though her whole body was trying to wave with her. Not just goodbye, but something deeper, a pulse of connection that refused to sever, even as someone stepped away from the house they had made whole. Clara held her daughter close, saying nothing. But when Jonas bent to tie his laces, she rested a hand on Valor's shoulder. Not a gesture, but a message passed without words. Watch over us, for both of us. That afternoon, nothing shifted in any dramatic or visible way. But somehow, everything was slightly changed, as if the house itself had exhaled differently. Clara still made her tea as usual, still moved quietly through the corners of the house, dusting shelves and straightening blankets in that careful, practiced rhythm she always carried. But when the light from the hallway began to stretch long shadows across the kitchen floor, Valor's silhouette stretched with it, like a line drawn silently from the weight of the present toward something waiting just beyond the edge of knowing. On the first night without Jonas, Clara did not go upstairs to sleep. Instead, she laid out a mattress beside Lyra's crib, right there in the nursery. And Valor, without being called, without any command, stepped through the doorway, turned once in a slow circle, then curled into a still, steady posture at the base of the crib. His back pressed lightly against the wooden frame, his muzzle pointed toward the slightly opened window. Clara did not sleep deeply. Each time she stirred awake, startled by dreams or the ache of fatigue, she would find him still there, unmoving, eyes open, ears erect like twin sails braced for a wind that never came. And sometimes, at exactly 2:08, as had happened before, he would shift slightly, let out a low, almost inaudible growl that didn't fill the room with sound, but only vibrated through the floorboards just enough for Clara to sense it. Lyra remained asleep, but in her small fist, clenched loosely beside her cheek, was a black crayon. The next morning, Clara found a sheet of paper beneath Lyra's small desk. Not a drawing, not a scene, but a single red line, broken in segments, running horizontally from one edge of the page to the other. In the center, a silver circle, and just below that circle, drawn with precision that should not have belonged to a child, was the outline of a dog, standing between two thresholds, not moving, not turning back. She didn't ask her daughter what it meant. No one needed to speak. The house itself, from attic beams to floorboard seams, was slowly learning a new language, one where silence held tone and movement delivered meaning. On the second night, Clara fell asleep in the reading chair inside Lyra's room. Outside, the rain had begun to fall, softly, evenly, a rhythm that echoed like fingers tapping gently against the old wooden roof. Valor still lay beneath the crib. But this time, his gaze wasn't directed toward the window. It was fixed on the wall, specifically the space where Clara had once hung Lyra's first drawing of the fire. He didn't growl, he didn't bark, but he breathed, long, slow, weighted breaths, as though he were anchoring the air to a frequency only he could register, holding it steady like a thread pulled taut across dimensions. Clara awoke just before dawn. She found Valor in the same position, unchanged. But on the floor just in front of his nose was a faint, round mark, wet, uneven, not from a leak, not from footsteps, but something else, something colder, something unseen that had passed through and left only a trace for those willing to see. She didn't ask. She only placed her hand on his head and whispered, "I understand now. When no one else is left to keep watch, you don't leave your post." Outside, the wind shifted. Clouds began to pull apart above the forest ridgeline in the distance. The sun had not yet risen, but the first threads of light had begun to touch the tallest pine tips. Light that arrived not because it was summoned, but because it had always known to come at the precise moment when only those who lived in silence could understand why they remained. Clara awoke in that moment, not because of sound, not because Lyra cried, but because of a silence too complete, too perfect to be accidental. Her body, trained by nights of interrupted sleep, had developed the kind of muscle memory that could detect even the faintest shift in tone. The whisper of Valor's breath, the slight tap of his nails against wood, the low, gravel-deep sigh he made whenever the wind changed direction. But this morning, there was nothing. She sat up slowly, eyes not yet adjusted to the soft gray glow of dawn, hand reaching instinctively to the edge of the pillow beside the crib, where Valor always lay. But there was nothing, just cold fabric, just space. Clara stepped into the hallway, barefoot, her soles brushing against the cold wood as though each step were asking a question she did not want answered. And when she neared the corner of the living room, where Valor sometimes lay if he had moved away from Lyra's room, she found him. He was lying on his side, his head resting against the leg of a chair, eyes open, but not alert. There was no flick of an ear in response to her footsteps, no slight glance upward to confirm her presence. He didn't rise. Clara knelt beside him, her hand moving gently down the curve of his spine. His back was still warm, his breathing still steady, but slower than usual. And when her hand reached his hind leg, she felt it. A thin line of moisture, a small patch of matted fur stained faintly red. She parted the fur carefully. Between two claws of his rear paw, wedged deep into the tender tissue, was a small curved splinter, sharp, old, and deeply embedded. The area around it had swollen, inflamed, angry with infection. He hadn't made a sound, hadn't pulled away. He only turned his head, looked away, as though ashamed to be seen like this. Clara didn't cry. She simply sat with him for a long time, then lowered her forehead to his neck, where his fur still smelled faintly of winter sunlight, that warm, golden scent that, once touched, never leaves a person the same. "You knew, since last night," she whispered, "but you didn't wake us, didn't growl, didn't alert, because you were afraid. We'd think you were weak." Valor didn't respond, but his breath softened just slightly, as if her words had allowed something inside him to finally loosen. Clara called the local veterinary clinic. They came quickly, checked the wound, and confirmed what she had already suspected, that the splinter had likely pierced his paw earlier, perhaps while he was patrolling the yard in the dark. It was small, but positioned in a place that turned every movement into a quiet scream. "He probably endured it for days," the vet said, "because no one else was keeping watch, and he's not the kind to ask for rest." After the wound was cleaned, treated, and bandaged, and the pain medication administered, Valor was instructed to remain off his feet, to rest. But that night, precisely at 2:08, Clara saw him struggling to stand. She rushed to him, knelt beside him, gently pressed both hands to his shoulders, and shook her head. "Tonight, I'll keep watch for you." Valor lay back down, and for the first time in many weeks his eyes closed, not fully, but enough to let his breathing return to rhythm. And in that moment, outside the window, the wind shifted once more, lifting the curtain just enough to let the night lamp's glow paint swaying lines across the wall, like river stone ripples beneath shallow water, as if even the silence was sighing in relief that, for once, he did not have to do it alone. Clara sat by Lyra's crib, her gaze fixed on the door, her ears attuned to every breath the night dared to take. And for the first time, she felt herself holding the role, not assigned, not honored, not spoken, but undeniably hers now, the quiet sentinel. For in a house that had once known fire, had once known blood, had once shaken in ways no one saw, even a night with no warnings was a night worth remembering. The next morning, Jonas returned. The moment the car pulled in at the narrow bend near the porch, Clara stepped outside. She didn't speak, just wrapped her arms around him and held him with a quiet urgency that didn't ask questions, didn't demand answers. only acknowledged that presence was its own kind of relief. Jonas set the bag down on the step, his eyes drifting toward the blurred glass of the living room window. Where Valor sat, not rising as he usually did, only tilting his head toward him in a motion that felt like an unfinished breath. He injured his back leg. Didn't let anyone know. Clara's voice was low, free of blame or grief. Just a fact, spoken the way Valor had always delivered his own truths. Quietly, without fanfare, without needing to be noticed. Jonas said nothing. He stepped inside, knelt before Valor, and placed a hand gently on the back of his neck. No command, no coaxing, just contact. After a pause, Valor rose slowly, moved forward with careful steps, and pressed his forehead against Jonas's knee. That small gesture, tender, grounded, Jonas understood as something more than apology. It was a handover. That afternoon, they brought Valor to the town's veterinary clinic, a small place but full of light, with wide glass windows and a bench by the sill, so the dogs wouldn't feel caged by closed spaces. The vet was a man with silver hair and hands marked with the calluses of 2 decades working beside service dogs. He examined Valor not with cold precision, but like someone rereading an old journal whose entries had been written in instinct. After scans, reflex tests, and palpating the soft tissues, he returned, not holding the chart, not announcing a diagnosis. He sat across from Jonas, placed one hand on the table as if brushing the surface of water, and said softly, "He's old, not by the numbers, not officially, but the way his body moves, it's changed, slowly, quietly, in ways we only see in dogs who've held roles no training manual could fully prepare them for. The way he conserves his strength, the way he chooses when to act, when to warn. This isn't just a working dog." Jonas turned his eyes to Valor, now lying near the vent, his gaze half closed, ears twitching faintly at every footstep beyond the glass wall. "He's not finished, is he?" Jonas asked, voice gravel thick. The vet nodded, his lips pressing into a thin line before tilting his head slightly, the way one concedes a truth too heavy for prescription. "No one trains a dog to warn only when it matters most. That's not learned, that's chosen. And sometimes, it's a legacy. A creature that chooses to stay intact even when the body begs otherwise. He's carrying something that won't let go until it's done." Clara reached for Jonas's hand, squeezed gently, not out of worry, but agreement. Without needing to speak, they both understood. From the moment they discovered Valor didn't sleep, they had also come to accept that to live beside a soul who keeps watch meant learning how to live without letting go too soon. They brought him home under a long amber sunset, the sky brushed in hues that held their light as if promising not to fade too quickly. Valor sat in the back seat, head leaning against the window, eyes scanning the edge of the forest, toward that deep green place Jonas knew had once echoed with the first tremors only one living being had heard. That night, Jonas laid out a blanket beside the large back door, not in the bedroom, not under Lyra's crib, but at that exact threshold between house and woods, where Valor had always chosen to rest when something, somewhere, had begun to stir. Valor lay down, let out a breath that seemed to carry the weight of a decade, and as moonlight rose high, filtering through the canopy and falling gently across the old scar tracing his back, the house seemed to inhale with him. Slow, measured. A rhythm shaped not by clocks, but by a presence that had never named itself, yet was known to all. If one day he was no longer there, silence would sound louder than anything else. Around 3 a.m., Clara jolted awake. Not because of a sound, but because of a feeling. A subtle shift, like a pressure sliding beneath her soles, brushing across the floor with the touch of something vast and unseen. It wasn't strong enough to topple anything, but it was enough to rotate a glass on the shelf, just once, a single turn, before it stopped, as if pointing toward something. Lyra stirred. Valor was no longer on the porch. Jonas rushed up the stairs, hands still streaked with dust from bracing against the wall. The house hadn't cracked, no signs of collapse, but there was something different, a detail too minor for most to register. The base of the rear wall, just behind the bookcase, had warped, slightly, no fissure. Just a bow, a gentle curve, like the ground beneath had shifted by inches, enough to create a seam through which the first light of morning could seep if one watched long enough. "Can we reach them?" Clara whispered, arms holding Lyra tight to her chest. Jonas didn't answer immediately. He stepped closer, gently rolled back the rug, lifted one old floor tile, and underneath, the soil was soft and damp, the brown earth sliced by a fine fracture that stretched like a hidden vein, not yet surfaced, but stirring. "If Lyra had still been in her crib," he murmured, eyes fixed on the line, "this break would have come up directly beneath it." Clara nodded, but her breath caught, not from the line in the ground, but from where Lyra sat now. Not where she had been placed to sleep, but exactly where Valor had lain, hours earlier. She was sleeping, deeply, completely, within the protective curve of Valor's body. Not in the crib, but on the carpet laid against the third wall of the ground floor, the only area in the house that had been structurally reinforced with sunk pillars, a detail added long ago by the previous owner, and the very place where Jonas had once argued with the builder, dismissing it as unnecessary for a house in the middle of a valley. And it was there, precisely there, that Valor had pulled Lyra before the ground began to shake. No one saw it. No camera recorded it. But the evidence remained. Clearer than any footage could have been. A long streak of fur across the floorboards, a torn corner of the blanket clutched between teeth, and 3 faint paw prints pressed into the thin layer of dust no one had yet wiped away. Prints leading from the crib to the exact base of the supporting beam. "He knew," Jonas whispered, barely breathing the words. "He didn't growl. He didn't whine. He just took her." Clara didn't answer. She knelt beside him, her palm pressing gently against the cold floor where the pillar stood. And from beneath, rising not as sound and not as temperature, but as presence, there was something. Not of soil, not of people, but of something older, something purer, like a deep, low rumble preserved in stone across centuries, waiting only to be awakened by a moment precise enough to matter. Valor sat a few steps away, but his gaze was not on the pillar, nor on the couple now kneeling in silence. His eyes stared through the half-closed glass door, out into the distant tree line, toward the forest where, the night before, the wind had changed direction without a reason anyone could name. The light of dawn brushed the third wall, soft, not harsh, like the touch of a fingertip across an old scar, illuminating each brick that had once been overlooked, dismissed as unimportant, left half-finished by hands that believed nothing of value could happen there. But it was precisely there, that a dog had led a child, and then said nothing. Jonas didn't take his eyes off the crack that ran through the floor. He rose, walked over to Valor, and knelt so their eyes met. "You brought her to the right place," he said, voice low, steady, reverent. "Not because you could measure force, but because you could hear something we've never been taught to listen for." Valor didn't move, but in the faint light rebounding off the white curtain behind him, something shimmered in his eyes. A reflection that didn't answer but didn't need to. Dawn arrived like a footstep that didn't touch the ground. Mist slid through the gaps between leaves, clung to the railing of the porch in soft beads, and even the crack in the floor took on the appearance of something carved by memory, not by damage. No one spoke. Both Jonas and Clara were awake, but neither stepped outside. They remained in the house, behind the wide pane of glass, their hands resting together on the kitchen table, where a faint watermark still lingered from last night's tea. In the middle of the yard, Valor sat. He didn't lie down. He didn't turn his head. He didn't tremble. He simply sat, back straight, tail resting against the earth, eyes fixed on the house, as if that space, that exact point between inside and out, was the final threshold he had been charged with guarding. The wind moved across his back, and the fur along his spine shifted in ripples that caught the pale shafts of morning sun threading through the pine canopy. But Valor didn't blink, didn't sigh, didn't wag his tail. He simply held his posture with the immovable calm of something sculpted not from stone, but from duty, a living sentinel that needed no trumpet, no witness, no recognition. Jonas stepped closer to the door, placed his hand on Clara's shoulder. "I think, from now on, we're going to live differently," he said. Not as a declaration, but as a quiet note, meant only for that morning, only for her. Clara didn't turn her head. She looked out across the damp yard, where the soil still held the echo of the night's breath, and in her eyes, soft, steady, watching Valor, was a gentleness that had no name, only the form of something born when one watches long enough to understand that not all guardians ask to be remembered. She whispered, almost too softly for even herself to hear. "She'll grow up. But she won't remember this night. Won't know who kept her first steps from finding that crack." She paused, then continued, voice light as mist slipping from the tip of a blade of grass. "We'll remember. Only us, and only we'll know that the gatekeeper never left his post." Lyra woke at 6:14. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, then murmured something unintelligible, like a whisper sent from the edge of a dream, a message passed from someone who had stood just beyond its rim, saying something meant to be remembered without being understood. Clara came to her, lifted her into her arms, and carried her to the door. "Want to go outside?" she asked gently. Lyra nodded. Jonas opened the door. The wind was cold as it slid through the gap in Clara's coat, but the first light of the morning had already touched her shoulder, spreading a golden sheen that didn't warm the skin so much as the heart. The kind of light that doesn't promise heat, but proves the night is over. Lyra ran ahead, then stopped in front of Valor. She didn't speak. She didn't reach out. She simply sat on the grass, mirroring his stance. Back straight, hands resting on her knees, eyes turned toward the house. Jonas and Clara stood behind, saying nothing. They didn't call her back. They didn't ask questions. Because they understood. Some things don't need to be explained. Some mornings are not meant for conversation. And some souls choose to remain silent, only so that a new generation, growing safely, growing freely, might one day look back and know someone once sat there long ago, long before dawn.